Hey, welcome back to Redlock. Forgot the name there for a second. Forgive me, it's 8:22 a.m. God. And we just finished up KCD2 yesterday. I said last night, yesterday. Let's have yesterday's old and unfinished cola. You know, that's exactly what we want. Tempt fate a little bit with the flat and potentially infected old cola. I missed. But yeah, we're going to be doing more design work today. I've had a few days to think about what we wrote last time, and Cuthbert had a really cool idea too. And I'd like to explore just what this game is, and what our default mode should be, and whether or not we should slightly modify the default experience in order to aim for something that is more interesting and marketable on the surface, and leave the, you know, speedrunning friendly aspects to alternate game modes. Which is pretty much exactly how it sounds. Hold on, let's go over to this. So you know how we wrote this like failure to repair consequences thing? I think that should be default. I'm gonna be honest, I think that should be default. To me, it's just more interesting. I know that it slows down the pacing of the game a bit, or it adds in these extra things to consider while you're going through each of the levels. But to me, that is the more interesting pitch and sell, as opposed to just, hey, platform your way up, and if you want to play this fun game mode, you have to specifically go and find it. Not that it's going to be hidden or anything, but rather, when players press play, default experience, what do I want them to experience? And I think that that is the more interesting thing. That's good for us. Number one, it does allow me to delve a bit deeper into...
Wake up.
Shut up. Shut up, Frades. How you doing? So it'll allow us to delve a bit deeper into the more interesting mechanics and side content, just as a baseline. And then with the speedrunning, we basically just disable those things and let the player run up, and that would be a separate mode in that case. So that's my thinking, is take Handyman, make it the default, and have a different game mode for speedrunning. That's what I'm thinking. And we're not going to do mining. I thought about it for like the last week, or however long it was since we last worked on this. I think it's been about a week. I don't like the mining. There's no way that I can fit it in that really makes sense, or like, okay, you can mine some nodes and then craft what? What would you craft? There's not really that many consumables. It's not really a consumable game. You know, it's not like an immersive sim or something where we would have more use for that. We're not going to do the mining. Craft something to mine faster? I mean, you say that, and I honestly would have some... There'd be some designers out there that would say, yeah, that's progression. You know, we mine to craft things to mine faster. But then it's like, okay, but why are we mining in the first place? Like, what's the point of it? Like, what do you mean? It's progression. It's so that the player feels good when they progress. Sorry, my voice is gone. I gotta take a fucking pill. Number go up. I mean, there is some of that's true. I shouldn't denigrate the entirety of number go up and, you know, the dopamine stuff, but as I've said before, it's very vapid, you know? Just like, okay, but then you stop and you think about it for a second, and it's like, well, am I actually having fun? Or am I just having fun seeing numbers go up? It's more complex than I'm making it out to be. But I mean, like, at least Cookie Clicker, you know, involves different mechanics, right? I play a lot of idle games. I love idle games. I love some idle games. And, you know, introduction of different mechanics, I think, is a great thing. How you doing, Nathano? What up? So, yes, this is my thought. We make Handyman the basic default game experience. And we do a separate speedrunning one. That's what I'm thinking. We should get this more thoroughly written out today, too. Let's just start with this. Don't make all of them indented. What are you doing? Why would you do that? The fuck? And finally watch all my colleagues mention KCD2 is awesome, so I'm hyped. It was so good. I won't spoil anything. All I can say is that RPG of the year, incredible writing, might be one of the best RPGs I've played this last decade. Extremely memorable characters, tons of quests, twists everywhere. It's so fucking funny. It so beautifully blends comedy and wild moments with deep, thought-provoking intrigue and even some really nice romance. It's an unabashed passion project by a studio that continues to just explore medieval Bohemia. It's so fucking good. It's worth it at full price, and right now I think it's 50% off, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's 50% off right now. Which is, honestly, you're stealing from the developers at this point. You are stealing from them. Yeah, get it soon, because that apparently ends. Also, if you can, get the Royal Edition. It's only $10 more, and you get the DLC. Or you actually get the expansion pass, which includes the DLC, of course, and then I think they're releasing like maybe 1 or 2 more DLC, I'm not sure. Although they do have mixed reviews on the DLC. I don't know why. I haven't played them yet. I can't say anything about them, but why do people not like these? Oh, some fetch quests. Okay. Well, the main game is good at least. I can say that. Are you done murdering innocent people and praying for redemption? This is what the Bible says. If you just say that I'm sorry, you know, you get let into heaven. Default, scavenge, salvage, and repair your way to freedom. Mine and find materials to repair facilities. Fix doors and platforms. Okay, so there's 2 things that we need to talk about here. There's fix doors and platforms. Or let's just say building/repairing and then checkpoints are like 2 things we need to delve deeper into today. I almost said repair. Kotspur had a really good idea for this. Kotspur idea that replaces just generic checkpoints with something a lot more immersive and I think a little bit less fair, which is really, really good for it. I think it's a great idea. So we'll talk about that when we get to that. Oh, I also have my Steam replay too, if you guys want to see it. We can talk about that before we get too deep. The doors are a pain to deal with, prone to a lot of bugs. Honestly, it depends how you implement the door. One of the tricks that I did, which was really easy in Colden Chronicles, was NPCs actually just don't have collision with the door at all. And what they do is they trigger the door to open, so they take full control of the door, preventing the player from interacting with it in a short amount of time until they're done interacting with it. But if the player interacts with it, You know, and at some point it could become glitchy. The NPCs will just phase at the door. But that doesn't work for every game. 65 games played. I'll tell you why I played more games this year. The reason is I quit playing old school RuneScape. I no longer play a forever game. And I don't think I'm going to play forever games any longer in my life. I'll still try them. I might play them for a couple months, but I'm not going to go big dick on any forever game anymore. Like, I really enjoyed my time with old school RuneScape, my horrible amount of hours with it. I don't even want to get into it. But they were preventing me from really just enjoying games like I used to before I got deeper into it. So yeah, we played 65 games, and honestly, I played a lot more than this. I don't have a lot of money. Just gonna say I pirated a lot of games. I just don't, you know, I have to pick and choose the ones that I want to play, and not all of them have demos. But I played a lot more than 65 games this year. We got 626 achievements, which is pretty wild. 80 rare achievements. Most games with keyboard and mouse. Clip and sending it to Twitch. It's not a lost sale if I didn't have the money to buy it in the first place. Ignore Shop Titans. I was idling in that. That's why there's so much playtime. Kind of shit game. Used to be better, but honestly, I played that when it first came out. Way better. Way less greedy. Now it's kind of shite. Borderlands 4 KCD2 were also up there. Those were pretty long games, so I can understand why. The Steam median is 11. You know why? It's because a bunch of e-girls and Russians playing CSGO all day. That's why the median is 11. It was just the same reason why the median for games is 4. It's because it's like CSGO, Banana, and I don't know, some chat game or whatever. Honestly, this is pretty pathetic. Steam median 11 achievements. What the fuck are people doing? 59% new releases. I am one of the few people that just plays mostly new releases. Although, to be fair, a lot of my classic or like older games, sometimes they aren't on Steam. 14% of playtime spent by all Steam users in new releases games. I mean, honestly, I think that these stats are really important to keep in mind for developers. Seriously, these stats are incredible to have. That only 14% of all Steam users actually spend time in new releases, versus 40% in classic games and 44% in games from the last 1 to 7 years. I'm in the minority. I am in the vast minority. I play I did play a lot of idlers. Stealth, extraction shooter, turn-based combat. You know, it's pretty funny because I think that these are kind of the opposite of my main. Turn-based combat, yes, but I don't play a lot of extraction shooters. It was just Duck Off. It was honestly just Duck Off and Arc Raiders. Okay, that's it. Stealth games, I don't know what it's qualifying as stealth. And also I do have a lot of Darkest Dungeon mods. That's why I have 214,000 workshop item subscribers. I have some pretty popular Darkest Dungeon mods. What do I see? Those stats, they should pop up when you load up Steam and it tells you to look at these stats. Or I think it'll be even up at the top. It'll be hard to miss. Let's not talk about this. This was mostly while I was still playing old school RuneScape, and I would idle in 2 games at once. Be like chopping wood and idling in this too, for the dopamine, you know. Borderlands 4 we played a lot of, but it was just September. I didn't touch it in any other month, and I haven't touched it since. I honestly just think that the game had a really bad live service plan. They released like what, one new boss since they released the game, That's pretty pathetic. I did see that, Bird. Yeah, 19,000 games released on Steam in 2025. It keeps going up every year. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. KCD2, we obviously just finished. Put most of our time in February. I'm really glad that we finished this, though. I'm really, really happy. What an amazing game. We're going to talk about it more on Friday, though. Most of them suck and never see daylight. Most of them, yeah, most of them will never receive even 10 reviews. Or make back their $100. Arc Raiders, we spent a lot of time tops. I like that it puts little things here. That's pretty fun. Except for Borderlands 4 just says, you started this game in 2025. They didn't even think that it's important enough to put a custom little flavor text here. That's pretty funny. Nah, Arc Raiders was amazing. Now, my only surprise thing is that 2 Point Museum was not lengthier, because I love this game. This is one of... If you're a really big fan of like management games, tycoon games, 2 Point as a whole, like their series, this is one of the best games that released this year. And it's not even close. It is so fun and interesting. It's not challenging unless you want it to be. It has a lot of custom animations and secrets and goodies. It's been releasing new content and DLC. It released a digital video game themed DLC. It released a zoo one recently as well. It's an amazing game. I'm really, really happy with 2 Points, and I wanted to jump into the new DLC. I'm probably going to do it over the holidays, which is the zoo one. Really incredible game. I mean, look at the ratings on this thing. 98 and 95%. Incredible game. Playtime by month. We put a lot of time in September, of course. That was mostly like KCD, right? Or no, September, that was Borderlands. And then I played a lot of Grim Dawn. Yeah, I replayed the entirety of Grim Dawn. I love that game. That game just gets better and better. That's a real passion project that they've been working on at Crate Entertainment. And then we spent a lot of time in other games too. Duckov and Arc Raiders in October. I mean, what are you gonna do? It's Duckov. How can you say no to Duckov? April was pretty minimal because I think that was when I was pitching Cauldron Chronicles. Yeah, that was Cauldron Chronicles pitching. A lot of stuff. 14% of my playtime was with a controller. Yeah, that checks out. Yeah. These are all better with controller. 100%. And I will defend playing Elden Ring with a controller until my dying days. We played 39 demos. 9% of that time was spent in the Ball Pit demo. We played Jump Space. I tried Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. That was really, really nice. Road to Vostok was a lot of fun. Everwind was cool too. I really enjoyed these demos. I would recommend all these games. I have not played 7 Days to Die in like a long time. Maybe I should jump back into it because I've heard it's getting really good these days. We did 5 play tests. Battlefield 6, of course. Arc Raiders play test. Apogea. PUBG, I tried that a little bit. Not my thing. That's all I can say. Like, it ran really well. It looked really, really good. Sound was nice. Seemed pretty cool, but I don't know. It's not my type of game, so I can't really say anything about it. It's a full game and it's 45 bucks. Jesus. Euthanasia is the one that I think a lot of people might not have heard about, and I do recommend that. That's an immersive sim. Really cool game. Retro art style. Set in a abandoned facility overrun by dinos and other cool shit. Highly recommend this. This is shaping up to be really good. Longest daily streak was 40 different games. That's because I couldn't decide what to play. That's really what that comes down to. Because I was like, oh, I'll jump into this game, and then I played for 2 hours. I'll just scroll through what I was playing. You guys can take a look. Less than 1% of Dishonored 2. It's because I was like, hey, you know, I'm going to try playing Dishonored 2, and then I just never got around to it. You want to know what that 1% of Octopath Traveler 2 was? That was me showing the composers that worked on Golden Chronicles main theme what the main theme for that game was. A lot of Expedition 33. Oh yeah, and I was jumping back into Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain. Fun game. Played a lot of Killing Floor 3. That game kind of sucks. Umamusume. Ignore that. Oh yeah, I played the new No Man's Sky update. That was good. Fun game. I see our game on there. Coin Pusher. And Heartbeat in Thailand. I can't believe we played that on stream. That was a fun game though. Ayo, it's the month of Duck Off, Ball Pit, and Arc Raiders. What an amazing month of games that was. September was incredible. Goodies in November. December's been a little bit chill. Been playing a lot of Stardew Valley recently, but started a new run with a lot of mods. That's been nice. That's my recap. You guys can see what kind of games I play. At least the Steam games. Back to work. Waiting for Witcher 4. Completed all quests in Witcher 3 and looted all the stashes from the entire map. Fucking Skellige. Dude, I bet you have the same feeling as I do. The main map was fine. Overland map, Skellige was alright. But why did they have to put all those fucking stashes in the sea? Why? Why? It was horrible. There's nothing even good in those. It's go there, get fucked by drowners, get annoyed by harpies, all for another shit sword that you're gonna sell or trash anyway. Horrible. Yeah, no, but I agree with you. I did all the quests in Witcher 3 too. Is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Including the DLCs. Scavenge. I don't know scavenge. Like, I guess we have to see whether or not... Maybe let's talk about it real quick. Let's talk about this build, repair, scavenge kind of thing. We had set to build checkpoints. And like health stations. Oh, and one other thing that I can't remember. Let me find it. Hydrogen. Oh, that's for double jumping. Yeah, hydrogen charger and then the radiation ablative restorer. I am thinking, after Kotspur's idea with checkpoints, which I'll tell you about later, I think that this will be nullified. Building health stations, radiation ablative restorer, and hydrogen chargers. I'm wondering if this is interesting enough to actually have some sort of mechanic where you collect things and build them. I know we had talked about just collecting like building components, which might be scattered around the map in different locations, optional locations. I think that's about as deep as we really need to be with it if we wanted to have it. And you would build in predefined locations. I don't hate it. It's not like it's a mechanic that I think is super detractive in any way, but it's also just there, which is fine. Sometimes it's okay for systems to just be there. Scavenge though would then only apply to building components, right? Or maybe some of these other things. But warp charges would be removed. I'll tell you what I'm thinking about for the checkpoints, because Kotspur had a really good idea. They were going to be designated spots originally, but I think his idea makes a lot of interesting sense. Let's talk about it right now. Let's talk about it right now. Let's pull this up. Let's use this. So because our facility is meant to be this, like, you know, this vertical facility, like a giant, you can think of it as like a really, really big missile silo kind of thing. And you're working on pushing it deeper and deeper to extract resources from further in towards the core of the planet. The original intention was to have checkpoints. Let's use like a green color here. At certain locations, so that as you made progress, if you fell down to the bottom of the facility, you could use those collected warp charges to warp up back to, well, any location, but ideally, most likely the most further up one that you've discovered. This is fine. Functional. We have to find some magical explanation for why this technology exists, whatever. Kotspur's idea instead is to remove that and remove warp charges, and instead have optional, challenging jumping puzzles, which fits with the game's theme, that you could then unlock what would essentially be horizontal. You could almost think of them as like horizontal airlocks at different levels. And so if the player fell from here and had unlocked this one, you know, they would land here. It could jump right back into where they were. I kind of like that because to me it is not only does it require these optional, very difficult jumping puzzles or whatever, that, you know, might be over here and it's really, really challenging, and then you unlock, you know, this one here so that you can fall back down. It would also obscure the light from hitting anything lower, so if you did need to go to a previous area for whatever reason, you would have a bit of an easier time. I think that could work. And there could even be like some sort of, you know, ladder or elevator that gets enabled with each of them so that you can easily get back up. And that's a bit more of like a engineering vibe as opposed to let's just teleport you kind of thing. It is more work though. But I think it's a better, more immersive solution to teleportation, or to the idea of protecting you from falling. And making sure that you don't lose like some significant amount of progress. Obviously, we don't know how this will look yet, but that's just the general idea of it. And if we like the general idea, then we can work out the specifics as we're designing it. But I think it's good. I think it's good. Yeah, I think we could play test it for sure. I mean, the really thing, the nice thing is like teleporters are super easy to implement, right? It's just done. So if that's the first one that's easy to test, and then we can introduce that sort of like mechanical catch, the harder platforming sections. But I do like putting something behind harder platforming sections that are optional. Because that just adds more playtime to our game. And I think that a lot of our like main platforming requirements takes place in like the main facilities. But for instance, even at like level 6, we don't have anything really taking place in water synthesis. Pretty much all of the difficult platforming in level 5 is cryo storage, nothing in water treatment or the mining gallery. Level 4 is entirely R&D, nothing in the rare earth mining gallery. Level 3 is all the refinery and the forge. We could always make those more difficult optional puzzles in there. And level 2 is pretty much entirely... Oh yeah, it's all in the vents. But we could always make a more difficult optional area there too. We can fit it in. We can fit it in for sure. But we need to be very careful about like game length, because I don't think we have enough mechanics to make non-stop platforming interesting beyond, at best, maybe like 10 hours of playtime. But we'll think about that today. We got a long day ahead of us today. Okay, so yeah, checkpoints is, we can think of these horizontal airlock in essence. activated at certain levels by a harder optional platforming section. Once activated, also connects emergency elevator to adjacent levels. That would look pretty cool too, I think. I don't know about blocking sunlight. We'd have to think about that. Because if it does, it kind of nullifies. It could just be the emergency elevator, to be honest. If so, nullifies importance of this one. Level 3, the repairing of the solar shield. Although, yeah, no, it nullifies it because the solar shield just helps to prevent solar flares or blocks against solar flares, but you still have to deal with the solar radiation in the first place if they are full horizontal airlocks that would block sunlight. You know, I think this would do interesting things for the lighting, but also it would negatively impact the importance of repairing the solar shield, since it would block all solar radiation, making platforming a lot less stressful beneath. It could be partial, right? You know, if you're looking down, let's say you're looking down a Pringles tube, right? And you are playing a platforming game in that Pringles can. You know, you have scattered platforms at various levels, right? But from top down, it kind of looks like this. If we just have a full blocking thing here at a certain level that you will just guarantee to land on if you fall. But maybe it's partially working, but because of the rock burst and the damage to the facility, the platform can only get a certain way out, like there. So if you can manage to get over there, great. If not, you know, you're gonna fall further. But at least this is some sort of protection. And maybe at a different level it's like over here, right? But maybe higher up. So you might miss this one but fall on the one that's lower, you know, that one, or you might miss both. That's better to me. That's better to me. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I was thinking about it for a second there. Optional game modes. We for sure don't want, I don't want mining. There's really just nothing that I can do that really has mining fit in here. The best we can do for finding materials to repair the facility. Fix doors and platforms. I mean, there might be some usage with that. Like, what the fuck would you do with it? I feel like we just end up feeling tacked on. To me, it would be more interesting rather than just, you know, press X if you have the right number of materials to repair platforms or fix doors, would be to do like puzzles. Make people think with their brains a bit, you know? Pulling one lever closes one door, opens another. Obviously, that's at like the simplest form of that, right? Just get people thinking outside the box as opposed to, oh, I have to find a mining node to collect thing in order, you know, MacGuffin, in order to fix thing that requires thing. It's a bit dull. It's a bit lame. Then it just becomes a collectathon. And I don't want this to be a collectathon. Not at all. Puzzle platformer, though? Yeah, I could get behind that. You messing with lighting for your OpenGL project? Lighting is a pain. I don't know what we're going to do with lighting either. I think we might be able to bake our lighting. And not have to use lumen. But you know, that's something we need to think about. It would help with performance. Massively. How do you bake it? I don't know. I actually don't know. Every game in Unreal I've worked on had dynamic day-night cycles. So this will be except for Coin Pusher, which didn't. But we used Lumen still for that. But we didn't have like an overarching light. And it was so small that the performance impact was negligible. But this game will be larger. Ugh. This game will be larger, and we don't need to have a dynamic day-night cycle. Because we're tidally locked with the star. No repairing, no scavenging. Unless we do it for components. I'm okay if we do it for components. Like some old school, you know, platformer game where solve a puzzle, collect a repair component. You can collect, you know, repair components. You know, maybe there's 15 scattered around the level, and it's 5 to build each of these. Could do. Will it be fishing? There will not be fishing. There will be no water. This planet is, there's no atmosphere on the planet, or like very little of one. So there wouldn't be any water. It's way too hot. At least for sure on the light side of the planet, which is where you're on. Which gets up to like 950 Celsius or something. It gets hot. And it's like that 24/7 on that planet. Or I guess however many days of the week and hours there are. Fishing for plasma. There will be lava. We'll do lava fishing. How about that, friends? Maybe that can be a game mode where we just were like, yeah, fuck the science. Lava fishing, sure. New default mode. Build health stations, radiation ablative restorer, hydrogen charger with building components. Do you think if there's a speedrunning mode that... I mean, people will speedrun anything, right? I think there'll be people that speedrun the main game mode, but also people that would just want... Let's say, like, all the doors are open. So it's just, you can just platform nonstop, you know, back to back to back. And therefore, I think that's a really good, like, marathon type speedrunning where it's just constant progression and platforming as opposed to now solve this puzzle kind of thing. Or now find these building components. But I think there will be people that want to speedrun the main game mode too in order to optimize routes, because I think that can be pretty fun for them. Let's worry about that later, though. Worry about that later. What do we want to call these checkpoints? Maybe they are meant to be like airlocks. Built to protect the facility against all manner of like outside threat. What's a good name for that? Two or three words. I want to include the word emergency. Emergency. I mean, it's like a ship, right? Like a watertight door in a ship, right? They would have multiple, and they're meant for multi-layered protection, so that if one level of the facility has a problem, it can be isolated from the other levels of the facility. Or if multiple need to be enabled to add to the protection as a whole, they can all be enabled at once. So maybe they are just emergency station airlocks. ESAs. I don't hate the term for that, at least at the moment. We'll have plenty of time to change it if we find something better. Okay, optional, difficult platforming sections to enable emergency station airlocks. What is that angel piecer? Is that a balloon animal? The fuck is that? A balloon dog taking a shit. You know what that reminds me of is there was an old game, some of you might remember it, called I don't even remember the name. Grim Fandango. And there was a guy a really grumpy guy that made balloon animals. And you could get him to make Robert Frost with balloon animals. Pretty funny. Really good game.
Where is everybody?
Oh, Manny, did you forget what day it is today?
Oh man, did I come in on Saturday again?
It's the Day of the Dead. Everybody's back in the land of the living, visiting their families like we should be.
This is one of the best adventure games ever made.
Hey, what's going down, clown?
Hey, back off, suit. I'm practicing.
Practicing what?
Wringing your neck. What does it look like?
Twist me up one of them, huh, fella?
Yeah. Twist this, all right?
Bet you can't do a cat.
Shows what you know, buddy. I can do anything. I can do birds, amphibians, famous poets. Go ahead. Name one.
Okay, a cat.
No problem. Ta-da!
You could get him to make a dead worm too, which was just like an unfilled balloon. What a fucking funny game. Optional difficult platforming sections to enable emergency station airlocks. We will need to make a separate... I think we'll need to make a separate design doc about those specifically. %. Resources would be building components. Let's just say it's like scattered around levels. Some hidden in areas that are difficult to find or get to. Oh yeah, there's no direct health restoration, but we do put health restoring stations that you can build or find. But are fewer in number and off the beaten path. And if we have this like central emergency elevator from the station airlocks that you can deploy or enable, whatever the word you want to use here is, then we can put the stations at each of the levels with that. And those would just be, okay, you see the green outline where you can build one, press E to build it, costing X number of components, and it would just be built instantly. We can make them a bit more immersive if we want to, right? Like, it's a designated location, and you have to spend, you know, maybe you can spend that, or I don't know. But plenty of ideas to do, but the general essence is that they're there, then they become permanent, and then you can use them. That's the important thing. That's the high level right now. The low level we can deal with later. Building components, no health restoration for a resource, but there will be radiation ablative, LB4 cartridges. Lithium borohydride. It's a real ablative, by the way. And then hydrogen canisters. I was thinking we could do some suit upgrades. I thought that there'd be a really cool one for like, is this your AI prompt? No, we're not going to use AI for this game in any way. Makes you feel any better? Most of my games played are new releases. We're in the minority, Angel Peacer. We're very much in the minority. But no, I like keeping notes in Notepad because it's faster. Even faster than Markdown. What can we do for upgrades? They don't have to be crazy. Like maybe double jump could be one that you get early on. I was thinking of like having, you know, in air, you know, but more like in air thrusters for more movement control while you're falling. But I don't know how much of a fan I am of that, because if you have too much air control, then it actually becomes harder to properly control where you're going to land. But I don't know if a small boost would really feel that significant. Let's theorize. Let's just throw it down here. $108 achievements, 26 games. Not bad. Not bad. The median is, what was it, 4? 4 games. Who is the median Steam user at this point? Because I feel like it is just people playing CSGO and Dota. Like legitimately at this point, I think the top 4 Steam games for the median would be CS2, Dota 2, PUBG, and Banana. And that's it. Pathetic. Double jump control thrusters. We could increase the jump height of the player's jump. What if it's one where if you hold down like the jump button, you can charge up a bigger jump? Or gliding thrusters, maybe? Like if you hold the jump button down while you're in the air and are falling, you can like glide for a bit. Jetpack wouldn't fit here. We don't want anything that breaks the platforming gameplay too much, and I think a jetpack would kind of break it too much. But simple things are better fit. And those could use hydrogen, right? So that would put more emphasis on that resource and maintaining that resource and caring about it. could upgrade your hydrogen capacity in that case. Like if double jump control, if these all use hydrogen, I think then you could get... Oh, yeah, I can think of a few, actually. There could be one for... like a sprint speed increase. That might not play super well with the animations, but... I could be wrong. Unsure. 90% sure that that's fine. 10%, I'm not sure though. Sprint speed increase. Ablative capacity increase. Hydrogen capacity increase. Yeah, I'm unsure how to feel about the double jump. Like, both this and this are a little bit risky because they increase the potential height at which the player can reach. Though control thrusters and gliding thrusters also have their problem. You know, if you can imagine a level where we have this very carefully curated set of routes, the moment you add any one of these abilities into it, it starts to trivialize that content pretty heavily, and you need to build your platforming around having that. And so the amount of space needed to prevent abuse of that goes up pretty dramatically. But could be counterbalanced by the amount of hydrogen it uses. So it's just one of those things that is going to have to be carefully monitored and then significantly tested. I don't hate them though. I don't hate them, and it could be balanced. It's just gonna be annoying. We'll have to figure out where to put those two. But if we have 6 levels that the player platforms through, then we could put one of each of these. Maybe give the player something a bit useful early on, but not too useful. Like the gliding thrusters could be nice. The one thing about the ablative capacity is that would really trivialize if it's too, again, it just, I don't know, it's going to come down to balance. It's going to come down to balance. If it's a 10% increase, it doesn't matter. If it's a a doubling, it's a 100% increase, then I think that's a little bit too strong. Something in the realm of 25 to 40%, I think, is going to be the most optimal kind of upgrade there for ablative capacity. Make it worthwhile, but not trivialize the content. And like, should these be necessary to get in order to complete the main game content? Should we put them in areas that are unavoidable? Should they be optional? Should they be secrets? You know, can the player complete the game, albeit very difficult, without them? It's a good question too. Are these optional and missable? Can the player complete the game without them? Which I guess goes into optional, but you know, I want to answer that more specifically. Oh, to upgrades, there's not going to be any oxygen in the game. That's not going to be a resource. I think is a better way to put it. I don't really find it a very interesting resource in most games like this. It's like survival games all having hunger and water and sleep. It's just like, okay, some of them it makes sense. Others it just feels like you said, let's make a game where you have to eat, sleep, and drink in order to survive. And nobody was like, hey guys, is this actually fun? Like, do we like doing this? Real life is bad enough. Yeah, so my thinking is specifically with like this game, where I think oxygen would make sense as a resource, like thematically, is that if the game is primarily about platforming and taking that at your own pace, I'm not a fan of having to manage your oxygen level at the same time, where it's just some bar that you're constantly like looking at instead of looking at the environment and what you're platforming on. And I think hydrogen is kind of like that too, but at least you know when you're using hydrogen as opposed to oxygen just constantly ticking down. If that makes sense. Oh god, do we want them missable? Ugh. Okay, here's a support. Here's a positive point, a pro for suit upgrades. Falling sucks. Falling is obviously this type of game, right? It's a precision platforming game. You're meant to be angry and upset when you fall a long way. But by providing the player with abilities and upgrades as they go higher and higher, it will start to trivialize a bit the earlier content if they do fall, which means that it'll be easier for them to get up to where they were. That's a good thing, in my opinion. Of course, we can always just, you know, if they are actually optional and missable, we can make a gameplay option where we remove those for like the really hardcore players, right? But that's an optional kind of difficulty sort of thing. Which I think kind of answers that question already then. Are these optional and missable? Optional, yes. Missable. I think there's a better way to say this. Optional, but visible along main path where player can choose to take them or not. And player can complete game without them. You're sort of lazy with your OpenGL compared to your classmates. They added like detailed shelves, realistic looking models. It's made a low level art gallery thing with columns. Some other shapes and textures. Hey, it's more than I could do. I can make you a cube. Or a sphere. That's the extent of my modeling capabilities. Yeah, we can make like just an input prompt necessary to grab those. But you have to go buy them in order to progress the story. That'll be important for level design to know. I like that. I like that. Broken, partially functional blockage to land on. We just need to make sure that those partial blockages allow you to actually jump to like a platform with them. They'll be a bit difficult to place correctly. But if we build with them in mind, I think we can do it properly. Music is a vibe for project building. It's a good game. Schedule 1 is a lot of fun. I'm hoping we get more music for it. If it were me, if I were Tyler and I had made, you know, shit tons of millions of dollars from Schedule 1, right? Because that guy has made absolute bank from Schedule 1, as he deserves. Jesus Christ, look at the sale numbers. I would just say like, okay, Kaisul, or whatever his name is, Kaisul, whatever it is. Here is permanent employment salary from me. You are now working on Schedule 1 full-time. Just make music. Go ham. Go crazy. What's Schedule 1 a game? Yeah, it's a game. You haven't heard of Schedule 1? Pretty surprised about that. Grow weed, make cocaine, make meth. Infuse horse semen into your meth and sell it to meth addicts. I think that means we're getting Schedule 2. Probably not. No, Schedule 1's like a term for the type of drug. The fuck, people are sick. Hey. I mean, it's more comedic than anything, right? It's not like you're... It's just funny. It's a good game. You gotta play it. Do you have a demo for it? Oh yeah, there's a demo for it. Play the demo. When did that come out? Was that last year? That was this year? How was this not nominated for Indie Game of the Year? Wait, was it? Wait, game. This wasn't even nominated for Indie Game of the Year, even though it was one of the most played games and highest rated games of the year by far. Like, I'm pretty sure it's probably somewhere on this list, right? Is it not? Oh wait, this is Steam charts right now, not... Dude, it's number 10 for highest rated game on Steam. With a peak concurrent player of 459,000. Which also puts it at number 10 for most top peaking game by playtime, or by player numbers. And it wasn't nominated for anything. Yeah, it released in March. Shows that Alchemy Sims. I don't know if it's an Alchemy Sim, but no, it's a good game. I'm just surprised that, like, okay, you have these great games coming out, and I don't know, one game wins 13 awards while there are so many amazing games that released this year that got no love or attention. What are we doing? Fucking Game Awards are a joke. Chemicals with different effects, that's alchemy. No, it's a good game. You're right. Whenever GTA 6 will be able to sell drugs more in depth like in GTA 5. Maybe. We'll see what GTA 6 has. I'm super curious how they're gonna handle GTA Online though. I was like, do you think they're gonna take their cash cow, which is GTA Online, and just shut it down, or just let it rot? I'm thinking that what they're going to do is marry the two, and you will be able to play a updated version of GTA Online alongside a different map that you can switch between at any time. And while I'm hoping this is the way that they do it, the residencies is different between the maps. The vehicles and your character can be the same. I think transfer character, maybe. I don't know what to expect. They haven't said anything about it, and it's pretty crazy that they haven't yet. Doesn't bode well, though. Hope they'll start fresh. That could be the case, too. Definitely no oxygen. I now can for sure say no oxygen. No mining. I cannot fit that in anywhere. Level design. Mostly linear with some checkpoints or helper platforms available if the player completes small puzzles. Well, I guess whatever they do, Angel Piece here, I'm curious why they haven't said anything about it yet, when it's such a big part of the GTA ecosystem. Like, I would argue that way more people play GTA Online than play the campaign, and the campaign is great. I love GTA campaigns, and people will, of course, probably play it, but a lot of people are just going to be buying it to jump into GTA Online. And it's weird that they have, as far as I know, provided no information about what's going to happen to GTA Online in GTA 6. I could be wrong about that. Information about GTA 6's online features and how it, if it will, carry over from GTA Online. Let's see if Gork can find it. So maybe I just like missed a tweet or missed an article or something. Which is possible. No official information. Any integration, combination, carryover of progression. They focus fully on single player elements. Their earning calls make no mention of GTA 6 online details. That's crazy considering that that's where they make most of their money. They heavily support it with new stuff. Contains no references to GTA 6. Wow. Wow. That's, honestly, it's a little worrying. But maybe they just want to make sure that they do it right and then show off all the online details at once. I think you're right, Ice Cream, but it could swing either way. They could be not talking about it because they don't have a great plan for it, which will upset players, or they're trying their best to maybe have some sort of like, integration and combination and carryover stuff. And they just want to release it all at once to prevent any further speculation or questions. Like, here is literally all the details, one trailer, one bit of info, one location, settled. Because they know that if they say anything about GTA 6, it's going to blow up and, get hundreds of millions of views. But it could swing either way. I do think players will be very upset if they don't have any carryover or crossover because of how much money they might have spent on GTA Online. It could be true, Angel Piece. They could do GTA 5 story first and then release online like 6 months later. Or, some amount of time later, let's say. You could be right. I will be very, very curious to see. I at least hope, I don't know, they have so much money, they could do anything. I can only say my golden version of GTA 6 Online would be, you can play both maps, but they're separate. All of your clothes, your guns, your customizations, your cars, those carry over between maps. but your purchased properties do not. That would be the only thing that is map specific, and you can switch between maps at any time. I think that would be cool. And also, we've remastered the map of GTA 5, and you know we've you know provided better models for. Why am I not following Rockstar at this point? We've provided, you know, better models for everything, upgraded them so that you're jumping into something that feels proper. Why am I not following Rockstar? Kinda weird. No one, even if there was news, I wouldn't get it. Well, I'd probably get it because it's GTA. Any new trailer comes out for GTA 6 and within like 2 seconds, it'll already have 10 million views on YouTube. Challenging optional sections for resources and facility fixes / repairs. Failure to repair consequences now default to gameplay. This is a much better pitch. This sounds a lot better, but we need to aim for... I'm gonna say 6 to 10 hours of playtime. To beat the default mode. More character customization and non-mute characters. God, that'd be expensive though. Maybe. I don't know. 6. Shut the fuck up. 6, 7 bullshit. Jesus Christ. Is there anything I'm missing here? I can't think of anything. I'm still a little bit worried about some of these abilities and whether or not players will find them, you know, useful. Like if you're trying to precision platform, having a increase to your sprint speed kind of throws off your, like, you know, your calculations a bit. That could always be switched to something else, though. I'm not gonna worry about it for now. It doesn't have to be 6 upgrades either, because I don't know if we want to put an upgrade on each of the levels. To a certain extent, the further up you go, the less important that the upgrades become. Just because you have fewer, you know, you have less game time with them, right? So we'll have to very carefully decide which ones will be on which level. And how many checkpoints there will be, like the station airlocks. But I like the sound of it at least. Oh. Okay. Game modes, default. Maybe let's put this in a table of some sort. Get some space here. We'll delete that once we get it implemented. Table. Go playtime. Is there anything else we can throw in here? Boom, boom, boom. Forced gameplay options. Obviously, in our case of default, this would be, you know, not applicable, right? Oops, don't do that. We can do like disabled mechanics. Disabled mechanics. Something that's okay in a game, but you wouldn't want somebody working on your car like that. What's the average playtime of a user in one sitting anyway? Depends on genre and market. I mean, it all comes down to market, right? It's all who's playing your game. If it's retired grandmas, you know, you might have some longer play times. If it's people on their way to work loading up an idler and collecting their 2 hours of resources, you know, playtime might be 20 minutes or something. If it's some long form RPG like Kingdom Come Deliverance, where your market might be a bit older and these are people who know what they're sitting down to play, you might find playtime length of, you know, 2 to 3 hours average, or maybe a little bit longer. There's a lot of factors that play into it. For this kind of game, I don't know yet because I have to do some market research on that. And our goal playtime might change pretty significantly once we see that research. That'll work there. This is the default experience for Redlock. the experience we primarily pitch and market with. Obviously. How do I want to word this? We could link to the mechanics page here. For sure I want to mention level design here. And what that's gonna look like. Peter Thiel sold 76% stock of Tesla and Nvidia in the comments he made of why? No. Only thing I saw yesterday was Larian Studios saying that they use AI in their development and the internet blowing up, taking it out of context or having different opinions of what that means. And Sven had to come on to Twitter and say something specific about it. Which I kind of did want to talk about today because I think that there's been a lot of just some misinformation going on about it. Oops, Mr. G. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, maybe he's a bit bullish on it or something. It's a lot of stock. I don't know why. Oh yeah, build your own stations is now defaulted to on too. I mean, I don't know what this would look like. Like we could do like a carousel. Maybe let me open up Paint. Let me open up Paint. Alright, we got our screen, right? And this is like game mode selection. We could either do... I don't know if carousel style widgets are still popular or interesting to people. I guess we could try it out. Like carousel icon. name there. These are like the difficulty options down here. It's smaller. I don't know how we want to lay that out right now. Could be scroll box. I don't really want to do a scroll box though, but we would need explanations for that. And then just throw like the start button down here or something. A lot of empty space though. A lot of empty space. I'd probably get a UI designer to help out on contract with this if we could. Make something reasonable for like early access, get some money, and then we can pull a UI designer in to redesign things. As long as we have the design separated from the mechanics, that should be, which is what you should do, that would be pretty easy to modify and upgrade. I've used other chart stuff, but not Lucid Chart. I tend to go for speed over what's considered proper sometimes. What the fuck are these? What are these little lines? Never noticed that. I mean, maybe this could be moved over here and then we can put like explanation. Or room for the gameplay difficulty options then. Then our start button here as normal. It'd be good to have stats here too, though, like showing your best times to complete for people who care about that. Not gonna worry about that for now, though. I was just curious how we could lay it out. The reason I kind of like separating those, like rather than saying that the failure to repair is now default, I think we should still keep it an option, and the default mode is to have it turned on. Yeah, that's much smarter to do. What are we repairing? So in each or most levels, you have a facility that you can repair in order to augment and fix certain things up in the facility itself. And if you don't do that, you would have some consequences throughout the facility, right? So the facility has been damaged by this mining accident, and so some things have been turned off automatically, some things have been damaged, and you need to fix them up, turn them back on, repair them, whatever. So for instance, the rock burst from mining triggered automatic tremor safety measures on the geothermal power plants, and that's one of the first things that you can repair, but the scaffolding walkways broke and fell into the lava. So you need to platform over to each of the plants and manually restart them. And if you don't do that, then the facility is going to be like in darkness in a lot of areas. You're gonna have emergency lights on, but not main lighting. And so you don't have to do that. That is optional to do, but it will make your platforming a lot easier throughout the rest of the game by having better lighting. So some people might want to go a bit hardcore and not repair any of those things, or they might not notice that they can do it, or they might not care to do it, whatever reason, and that can, you know, change the way that the level is played. I don't know why I didn't mention that here. Oh, because I put it in here. That could be better. I might move this over to the level overview. Okay, that's taken care of. We need all this mentioned somewhere. Do Unreal Engine? Have you ever made games outside of the engine? Only one, which would have been, oh no, well, no, only one that released. But there was one in Unity that we didn't end up releasing. Darkest Dungeon was proprietary engine. Everything else that I've worked on that's been released has been Unreal. Gameplay. With the default experience, the player is required to do the following. We'll keep it short and sweet. Why do you do that? It's a new line. Why do you do that? Build stations. Health stations. Radiation ablative restorer. Hydrogen charger. Maybe we shouldn't say is required to do, we can say can do the following. Emergency station airlocks. ESAs. That's what we're gonna call them in game. Enabling these activates a horizontal airlock on that level, partially blocking the facility and enabling an emergency elevator that can be used to reach other floors where the ESA has been enabled. Normally, the ESA protects the entire floor, but due to damage, they cannot extend out completely. That sounds about right. Yeah, this game is going to be called Redlock. Used to build stations, see next section. Oh my god, it's annoying. I really, the markdown kind of pisses me off sometimes. Radiation ablative cartridges, LB4 cartridges. And hydrogen canisters. Restores hydrogen used for suit abilities. And this restores broad spectrum radiation ablative. We could make a... We'll try to break this up as modular as possible. So people wanting curated experiences hand designed by us, they can grab those, right? Those are the game modes. Then if you want, you can further customize the difficulty or gameplay options by selecting certain things. And the more that we can kind of push into that, the more modular we can make the game for people who want to do specific types of runs, or might want to turn off certain things that they think make the game too easy or too hard for them. That's just the best experience that we can provide. Game modes are easily switchable and curated. Game options are highly customizable and are for people who are wanting that advanced customization. Stop. 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 Stop giving me suggestions. I wish that was separate. I wish I could turn off the fucking grammar suggestions. So annoying. I think we'll expand upon all those in separate documents, but for here, we'll just keep it simple. Upgrade the suits. I won't explain them here, I'll just say that along the main path, optional but obviously spottable. Suit upgrades can make platforming easier, especially if having to redo older sections. Still unsure about that. Still unsure. Like, if we make them optional and you can play the game without having to do them, then this creates a challenge with the level design where you can't help but have trivialized content once you have these sorts of upgrades. If you purposefully design content around them, then you can curate the difficulty of different level, platforming sections around those mechanics themselves and their limitations or the challenges that they add. There is an alternative solution to this, which is if you have the suit upgrades option on, we spawn a different set of platforms into the levels based on the upgrades that you cannot miss. This ensures that the game is always challenging even if you get these upgrades. While they may augment your toolkit, they do not trivialize future platforming content because we can specifically design that platforming content around having those abilities. If you turn off that option, you can't upgrade your suit, and therefore we have to spawn in a different set of platforms that is doable without those upgrades. This is more work, obviously. So I'm not sure yet how I feel about that. if this is a gameplay option, and on it would be better to make the upgrades non-optional and unmissable. This allows us to design curated platforming content around having the abilities. When this option is off, we spawn in different platforms entirely to account for the lack of upgrades. With data layers, this is easy to do from a technical standpoint. It's just going to be more design work because we essentially have to design 2 versions of that main level, which is fine. So like the default experience can be there and can be forced. The optional decision to have suit upgrades is something that can be accounted for later with that difficulty option. So, you know, let's build the vertical slice. Let's build the intended default, bespoke, unique experience. And then we can start to branch off with different game modes and gameplay options to provide a whole suite of experiences. And I think that there is the strong pitch. That's my thought. Give me a second. I gotta go to the bathroom. BRB! Boo, boo, boo. My apple juice has arrived a little bit late. Meaning that I think today I can start my cider fermentation. I'm a little scared, a little nervous to do it. But it should be pretty easy to start. I got everything that I need for it. What was I doing? What was I doing? Yeah, you're writing about this. I really like the disabled mechanics field if we just do forced gameplay options, because then we could just say... It would almost be better to have a separate table of our gameplay options and what each of them would be in this case. Okay, I'm thinking about these ESAs, right? These emergency station airlocks. And I think those could be a separate option as well. Where if you wanted a much easier experience, we could just say that those are forced on. The only problem is we lock those behind challenging optional platforming sections, right? Which means that if they are already on, the player wouldn't have those available. Unsure how to feel about that. I mean, we could put something else behind those challenges if that option is, I don't know, enable, disable, whatever. If you already have them available to you, like with the emergency elevator. But again, if the emergency elevator is, no. Here's what the option does. The airlocks would be out, the elevator would not be turned on. Meaning that you have those backup catches for a bit of an easier experience, but you still have to enable the elevators. How do we word this option? Because if I name it emergency station airlocks, it's a little confusing what it means when it's on or off. I guess we can rename it later though, right? What are some other optional stuff that we had? Checkpoints, that will no longer be there. I mean, we could still have a resource needed for the elevator. I don't think that's really great though to do. Oh yeah, randomized flares. Auto skip cutscenes. We have hardcore, randomized flares, and auto skip cutscenes. Maybe I will push that into a separate thing. We'll remove the disabled mechanics column. Oops. A little bit silly to have in that, but whatever. I'll move it out later. Let's put in another table here for gameplay slash difficulty option. Value for game mode. And that's where we'll break it up. So we'll do failure to repair. Or should I kind of order these in a better way? Okay, that's annoying. Never mind. I'm not gonna copy paste it. We'll just write it manually. Hardcore randomized flares. Right now we have 7. Build your own stations. Suit upgrades. Emergency station airlock. Hardcore default is off, of course, for this mode. You know what? Let's do default on for randomized flares thing, because it made sense to have them off if our default was supposed to be speedrunner friendly. But the default will not be speedrunner friendly now. But we will have a specific speedrunner mode. Is what I'm thinking. Okay, auto skip cutscenes, no. Failure repair consequences on. Oh, thank you for not copying the... I hate the name of though. I hate the name of that option. It doesn't tell you what it is. Let's do that. It's long, but it's accurate. More proper. I'm epic? Why am I epic? What did I do? Ew. That's better. By being me? Well, thank you for that. Nice flyers. Auto skip cutscenes. Failure to repair consequences. Build your own station. Suit upgrades. Mercy. Yeah. Yeah. That'll work. I'm happy with that. This means handyman can be deleted. I still, yeah, you know, I still like some cosmetics, but this is a... I don't know what we're gonna do with cosmetics yet. It would just be in-game, like, free stuff, right? It's just... This is something that if you like to play this game a lot, you can wear this to show that you completed a hard challenge, or, you know... That's it. Just some in-game bullshit. I think people reasonably, understandably get a little scared when they hear the word cosmetic. Do not fret. Yeah, well, I think that the word cosmetics in gaming has just become synonymous with microtransactions at this point. And I want to emphasize very strongly, no micros, obviously, in our game. Very much, obviously, no micros. I just think it would be cool if we have like a, you know, this dark side one, right? Where the mining facility is on the dark side of the planet instead of the light side, so it's perpetually dark. No need to worry about ablative, but more difficult to navigate with limited light. That you can wear like maybe, I don't know, some like shiny dark purple, you know, suit cosmetic or something, or a cape. If we do capes, would be cool. That's it. Just in game. What I'd rather sell, if we want this to be a bit more live service friendly or have some expansions, is a new map, right? Something worth it. Something actually worth spending your money on that would give you new content. Something that we could build upon. But that's just theoretical. How many sick words that had real money got turned into something awful because of greed? I mean, I wouldn't mind releasing something for free, right? Like, I don't know, to people who purchased it during early access, we give like a unique cosmetic or something, right? I'm just not gonna worry about it for now, though. That can come with some other larger update. Like, hey, here's this new game mode, and this is really cool, and you can do all this cool stuff. And also, we released the cosmetic things for completing those game modes. Words in general get bad rep, usually related to greed. I think even like DLC has gotten a bad reputation because of greed. Because I mean, you have like two different versions of that, right? You got like Witcher 3. Amazing game by its own right. Releasing some of the two best expansions I think games have ever seen, with Hearts of Stone and what's the other one? Where is it? Blood and Wine. And of course, these are DLC that's actually worth the money. But then it's, you know, you have people thinking, oh, you're already thinking about DLC and you haven't released the game yet. Well, it's like, yeah, because I want to know how I can expand upon the game. I mean, if I get lucky enough where we sell millions of copies of this game, which is not going to happen, but if we get lucky enough, fuck it, I'll just do all this shit for free. I don't need an extra couple $1 million just because so many people like the game. If we have enough money to just sustain the studio long term, I'm done. You know, it's like we don't need to price our DLC anymore. Just play the game, enjoy it. We like making it. You like playing it. We don't need more money from you. That's the transaction at that point is complete. We have enough money to survive, to live, to be happy, to chill, to make games for the rest of our life. That's enough. No more. I wouldn't know where to spend it even. Or I would do it, but then we would create a publishing division of Microraptor. That's the only thing I could think of where I would want more money, is to have a publishing division where we can pump money back into studios and creators that deserve it. And we'll make our own game awards. But no, a publishing division would be cool, but that would be something way in the future. Some just want to add some seasoning later on because they might want to keep the game going in some other meaningful way to add flavor. Yeah, or just they had to cut something that was like really cool but really expensive to make, and it's like, okay, we could do this, but it's going to cost us a lot of time and money, and we do need to recuperate some of that. That's understandable. Yeah. Like, was Blood and Wine and Hearts of Stone worth $20 and $10 respectively? Yeah, they were worth double that to me. Like, they were massive amounts of content that... Let's see, Hearts of Stone. This costs $10 and gives you about 10 to 18 hours of content. And probably has been on sale for cheaper than $10 during Steam sales, right? So let's say optimally it goes down to $3. $3 for handwritten, exceptional 10 to 18 hours of content in an already good game. Blood and Wine is 15 to 40 hours of content. For a cost of $6. That's how you do DLC, if you ask me. You just hate DLC where it doesn't really add much and the DLC costs almost as much as the game sometimes? Yeah, I hate that too. I mean, even games that I think have really good DLC, the price sometimes is a bit wild. It's just one of those things about game dev where people kind of expect those updates and content. It has become expected at this point. Even if the game is good and you just release it, people will be asking for more stuff with it, and they might even review your game because they'll say, oh, the dev abandoned it. Well, it's like, you got the experience. This was the transaction. We didn't say there'd be more content. It sucks. So you almost feel, you know, required, or people want you to do that, but then it's like, well, you have to sustain your studio. Like, it costs money to keep a studio alive, even with, let's say, you know, 30 people on board. That can be, how much would that end up being a month? It could be anywhere between 100,000 to 250,000, depends where you live, to keep that studio alive each month with about 30 people in the core team. You have to recuperate that, and you know, most game sales look like this after a certain time. Graph your sales, high, peter out. But you release new content, and let's just say the total money from all of your game's content can spike a bit, and that can keep the studio going, and then spikes a bit, and that's what you get caught up in while you're doing pre-production on game number 2. So it's good, it's just the nature. 150 to 180k depending on the studio. Yeah. It's expensive to run a game studio. And that's just salaries, right? Or mostly just salaries. Okay, we can delete this. I want to add 2 more game modes to this. I want to add one for Dark Side and then one for speedrunning. Let's get those in. I just want to save it. Yeah, not including the other costs of doing business. Or if you go to like a convention or something, right? You got to pay for the travel now. Yeah, licensing stuff, 100%. If you have a physical office, rent on that, electricity costs, heating costs. Not a new game. I'll be very disappointed to know that we will not be starting a new game for a while. This should realistically be just the same, just in darkness. So this shouldn't change dramatically. Yeah, this is the platforming one. Dark Side operates similarly to default experience with I guess, well, it's just 2 major differences. No solar radiation. No ability to repair the level 6 geothermal generators. Ever made a 2D game? Kind of. I worked on Darkest Dungeon, but I wasn't there to build it, right? I came in after the early access release, but before the full release. You know, like the leaving early access. I worked on a 2D game, but I didn't make one. What you're working on? We're working on our platforming game. We're doing some design work for it today. I'll put that here. Mining facilities on the dark side of the planet instead of the light side, perpetually dark, no need to worry about ablative, but more difficult to navigate with limited light. Operates similarly to default experience with 2 major differences: no solar radiation and no ability to repair the level 6 geothermal generators. Do we want the... No, I don't want to make solar radiation an option. Let me add... additional notes. That can be left blank up there, but we're going to put that down here too. Grayed out due to lack of sunlight. But the player should still be able to turn on hardcore, auto skip of course. Failure to repair consequences. Only note is... Well, there'd be two. I think there'd be no ability to repair level 6 geothermal generators. I guess you could repair... Well, no, because you wouldn't need solar shields. So, no ability to repair the level 6 geothermal generators or the level 3 solar shields. Solar shield. Level 6 and level 3 repairs are no longer possible. And we'll want to remove the data layers associated with that. But the rest of it's still on by default. Build your own stations on, suit upgrades on, emergency station airlocks, fine, everything else should be good. Whew. You have dev talks in the Discord? No. What do you mean? What do you mean? You're in chill mode? Got trailing ghost globes now. Trailing ghost globes. Gameplay effect tags initializing. Nice. Oh, you mean like the voice channel? Anybody can use those to talk about like game dev? If they want, nobody does. Who uses Discord for voice calls anymore? Oh, the channel sections. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can absolutely go ahead and post stuff there, especially if you have like problems. You know, most of us are, of course, probably in Unreal, but we do also have a lot of like Godot and Unity users too. So, yeah, always good stuff. Someone say suctions you're in. This we can completely minimize here. Two differences in gameplay between the default experience. Oh fuck, sorry about that. Making this game though does make me want to... It still makes me want to go back and make that Abyss game. I think that'd be really popular these days too. New game. I did pitch it. Not significantly though, but I did pitch that this year. I didn't make a pitch deck for it. Let me see if I can find it. I brought it with me with pitching, but it was obviously we focused on Cauldron Chronicles. Do I even have it here? Oh yeah, I do. On the Abyss. And this was a survival extraction game. Multiplayer, single or multiplayer co-op. That was kind of inspired by Made in Abyss. I think that would have been pretty cool. But, you know, it's multiplayer, so you start ending up with those challenges. One day we shall. Whatever happened with the Alchemist game? I feel like everybody asks that. What happened was the publisher said no. In short, long story short, some lore from this may be problematic if it refers to the solar shield and radiation. Won't care / fix. Honestly, it's like an optional game mode at that point, so I don't think I'm going to go out of my way to fix or change the lore just to match a game mode that is not the default experience or lore of the game anyway. It's just not worth it. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe if we make enough money we can change it or something, but I don't think it's worth doing. No solar radiation. Also means no flares. Ablative, still active. And restorable due to other sources of radiation. They give you some good feedback, at least for the Alchemy game. They didn't say anything regarding Colden Chronicles that was unexpected. And in fact, there was a lot of praise for it and what we had made so far, and the fact that it was all gameplay, right? They were very impressed with that, which is good. That's what we were hoping for. They liked the numbers too, which showed that we had budgeted it within reason. There were 2 publishers that said, you know, the budget might be a bit higher because, of course, every game costs more these days. That's nothing specific about our game. That's just kind of the reality of game dev, is it's impossible to properly plan 3 years of development. There's so many unknowns and so many things that could go wrong, especially since we wanted to go to early access, and that would change things, right? If we have to respond to player feedback or dramatically change a system based on feedback. It was just, okay, you know, let's say we give you the money, how soon are you able to get started? And it's like, well, we first have to hire some people. And the scaling up was too fast for them. And I agree with their feedback in this regard. Going from, you know, like 2 to 3 people up to 30 within, I think it would have been less than a year total. Let me pull up the budget. Like, we would have immediately had to hire three people. That's not too bad to do. But then immediately within the next month, we would have had to hire 2 more individuals. 2 months later, we're looking at the addition of 4 more people. And then once we start to really get deep into Vertical Slice, I think Vertical Slice 4 was where we would be at maximum team capacity here, roughly around that. Roughly around that. So it's a really, really fast scaling up of a company with no guarantee that we can find the people that we want and need in that time, and whether or not we can actually hire them within that time, because if they're working somewhere else, they might need to transition out of that job, and that could take additional time. So this was the risk factor, and they are right. and I had no answer or solution for that, which isn't really a bad thing. It was just, well, this was a mistake that we made. So our goal, if we want to return to this game, is to build up a team that is more along the lines of this size, so 10 people, and have them already there and working for us, and then revisit this game, scaling from 10 to 25 over a maybe a little bit longer period of time, with some initial funding already there. That would reduce risk early on, and I think would be very strong. It would be a very strong sign to publishers that we are on the right track with it. So the risk factor was unfortunately something that I just can't solve overnight, and it's not something that I can solve in engine or on paper. Bit disappointing if you ask me, but understandable. And honestly, if this was a risk factor that is likely true, even if they gave me the money, I probably would have failed to find those people within the amount of time that we needed. And we would have failed anyway. So it's like, it's a good thing that they mentioned it, and it was bittersweet, but necessary to put the game on hold for the moment. What's up, Ken? Yeah, that was the CC budget. But the good news is that we had verification of everything else about the game, like game great, design great, gameplay great that we had, although could have been improved, and budget was fine, pitch deck was great. Everything was there that we needed to be there except for the existing team. Same as default, but with a emphasis on light-driven level design and what's the word I'm looking for? Guidance. Works for me. And then we'll put one more option, a gameplay mode in here for the speedrunning mode. It's crazy how a lot of modern universities are adopting generative AI support. For what? For games? Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that. Oh, for learning. Well, do you mean generative AI or just like using AI as a like aggregate source? Like literal prompting. Do I think that kids getting their information from an AI is better than or worse than a teacher? Yes. But for potentially weird reasons. You can't stop the kids from using AI. But two benefits of having a teacher would be the social aspect and the challenging aspect. I don't know. I'm kind of weird about. I'm kind of old school about it, right? Or I just don't know if people should be. If you have an option, you have a teacher right there in front of you, somebody who's built and educated to provide you with this information and to challenge you and give you those lesson plans. And I'm not sure that kids will innately, because they just don't have their brains haven't been built up enough to challenge and to critically think. And AI does not enforce that. It doesn't reinforce that at all. Ask AI to craft study material. I mean, I don't think that's a horrible thing, to be honest. I really don't. Like, where would they have gotten that from anyway? Some, like, you know, book for teachers to create lesson plans? Like, I think the teacher versions of books already have lesson plans. You know, like the there's like teacher versions of books that they would teach you. Like, I don't know, math is not a good example of this. You guys wouldn't know what I mean? Like, you had like the teacher version of the books, which had, if you ever looked in those, they had answers for like problems that you had to do in those, but they also had like lesson plans built into those, and a lot of teachers would just use those. So it's not like they were making them themselves in the first place, although some were, but that did take more time, and you know, a lot of teachers just don't have that much time to do because they already put in a lot of overtime and extra hours anyway. I don't know if getting it from AI is that much worse, because they can just see it and say, is this something that I want to put on the test? Is this something that the students should be worrying about? No, delete it. Or add this in this one. So they can curate it exactly to their desires. So I wouldn't say that in every case teachers getting their lesson plans from AI is a bad thing. But I do think that, especially because they're already adults, right? They're critically thinking. They know what their end goal is, but kids don't really know that. They don't think ahead like that. And so if AI is not constantly challenging their critical thinking and making them ask questions, you're not developing your brain. You know, knowledge is not, you know, you can't just build your knowledge and instantly have wisdom or intellect or intuition. None of these three things come directly from having more knowledge. They have to be built. If you don't apply your knowledge through experiences, you will never obtain wisdom. Randomized flares is off in this case. Auto skip cutscenes is on. Off by default. Build your own stations is off by default. But I think we'll leave suit upgrades on. We can always change this, of course, right? So, who cares? Can supply seed for flares with this option off. And that way, like, if you're doing like a speed run and you want to like compete in a category, we need to be able to guarantee those flares at specific times. So we'll just use a seed for that. There are sites like Brilliant that actually teach you in a good way. Why not use tools like that to learn? Because people will always choose the easiest way out. By and large. By and large. Not everybody, but... I mean, people already have the internet at their fingertips right now, right? And will just refuse to even, like, watch a 10-second clip to get the context behind a situation, and instead comment on that before it. I don't know, it's you can lead a horse to water. You can't make it drink, right? And I think that happens to all of us to some extent. I think we all want to feel like we know what we're talking about, know what we're saying, but there's no guarantee that that's true. And I think it's always worthwhile to be critical and to be what's the word for it? What's the word? Skeptical. That's the word. This game mode specifically tailors gameplay options to be speed runner friendly. Turning off many optional and time-consuming aspects of the game. It's hardcore when you die, you have to make a new game? Yes. Yeah. Is this design doc for a new project? No. Kind of. I think you were here for Redlock. This is for a platforming game. With many default options turned off, gameplay of this mode is highly focused on simply platforming without getting distracted by other systems and mechanics. I mean, we can make like a hardcore mode. I'm not really sure if that should be a separate game mode though, or if it should just be an option that you can turn on or off if you want. I don't really have enough gameplay options right now to think of what a dedicated hardcore mode would be. And I don't think it would be anything super interesting, just you die, you have to restart over. Maybe ablative and health are lessened or something. I don't know. It wouldn't be anything crazy. But I like these 3 game modes. Obviously our default, but then we have the dark side, which I think is pretty cool. We start over as an earthworm. Well, we're not even on Earth. We're 50 light years away from Earth. Space worm. Is that a new redeem? No, that's been there since we played the DLC. That's from Elden Ring, the DLC. Some absolutely incredible voice acting from a character called Egon. They hired a stage actor, I forget his name, who played Egon. Yeah, Richard Lintern is an experienced stage actor, which is just why he was like, he has experience just making these emotional, passionate kinds of line reads. Which I think to me just says that we should stop hiring these voice actors that are like, you know, too entrenched within gaming and instead get more stage actors in games. Please. I'll show you some of it. Egon, Elden Ring, voice lines. Oh. He's gooning. Yeah, he's gooning.
The pain. The pain. My arms, my legs, each lies a bloody ruin. The pain. The exquisite pain.
It's so good. It's like you just immediately have to just sit there and listen.
Vile bale! Oh, terror incarnate! There is life in me yet! I will soon feast upon your heart! Mark my words! You too shall know fear!
Should we see what AI voice acting would sound like for that line? Wait, can I? Can I try it here for free? Yeah, hold on, give me a sec. We'll give a provable example of why you should stop trying this. Who could I use here? We have some options, like maybe. Oh, it's Polish people. I don't want Polish people. Too many options. It's too many options. That's so fucking hard to. There's like a billion options to do. Fuck that. Maybe for sound effects, I don't know. I don't think you'll ever match somebody like this. Somebody who can bring each line to life. And honestly, much faster than you could get an AI to do it. Okay, maybe AI speech gets so good that you can get it to have different expressions for each line. You can tell, oh, do this one in a bit of a sadder voice and this one in a bit more of an angrier one. But you could just give like a small little bit of background of the character to an actual voice actor, and they can slam out these lines like this. And they were smart. I don't know who was in charge of, you know, getting the voice actors for Elden Ring, but did such a good job of just grabbing people that may not have been in games before, or may not have been too many other games, to give some of these incredible lines.
Oh, the pain.
You wouldn't get those inflections with AI.
The exquisite pain.
You know, the breathing, the labored talking.
Please, no more. I am sorry. I repent. Oh, come no closer. Oh, the horror. Please, set ravage me no further.
You're not gonna get that. And any asshole who says that AI should replace voice actors in game is honestly just low IQ retard. It's not even a hot take these days. So the voice actor for Captain Quark died 7 days ago? No, I didn't see that. Captain Quark was such a cool voice actor too. Was such a cool character. That's really sad. We're gonna have a lot of voice lines in Redlock, actually, and I am really looking forward to finding some voice actors, both new and inexperienced, and maybe some experienced ones, to just throw their heart at it and see what they can say. Oh, he was in on the decline since COVID. Fuck. It's no bueno. Okay, I'm happy with that. Facility level designs. Now that we have consequences for not repairing, I'm gonna put those in here. So we're gonna move them away from wherever I put it. Here. Ooh. I don't know, let the AI bros have their time in the limelight for AI. It'll fade fast. I mean, there's a lot of provable data that people consider AI content or content that wasn't made directly from the humans as up to 60% lower value than those made by humans. On top of pre-existing data that shows that people prescribe greater value in things that they feel took more time to make. Which, if AI is going to speed that up, is going to negatively impact. What AI can make content? If you ask the AI bros, they'll say everything. Look at my AI made game, my vibe coded. And I do, by the way, I do think like vibe coding has its uses. It's, you know, it's like prototyping. Like if you want to quickly smash together a prototype, great. Then rebuild it from scratch. I really don't mind that as a use case for vibe coding, but that also proof of concept is not proof of developmental capability. That's one too. And that's one that I see a lot of developers make the mistake of. Like, oh, we have this really cool proof of concept. You know, we asked this studio, we paid them $30,000 to make this this mocked up video of what our game is going to look like. It's like, okay, can you make it? But, you know, can you actually do the things required to make it come to fruition? Make whatever AI can make? Can you understand it, though? And the in-laws over for a couple weeks, they glued to their phones listening to AI-generated stories on YouTube. No, you didn't. I didn't see you'll be able to modify it. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Stories generated stuff from books and other human-generated content. Well, that's why I think that, like, what Sven said about Larian Studios using AI, I don't think is that much of a bad thing. I just don't think it was clarified well enough to quell the anger, right? I don't think there's any major difference between getting a concept or like a reference image from Google versus getting one from AI. They're meant to be replaced anyway. It's just, here's what, this could be a cool looking, I don't know, fantasy cavern, but if I look up fantasy cavern, I'm gonna get a mix of AI and hand-drawn stuff, right? I don't know which one's AI, but some of these are probably absolutely AI. But maybe none of these provide me with the exact feel that I'm going for. And so I can prompt it, I can throw it into AI, and I can try to get a better reference image to show to the concept artist. And then we actually concept it out using that same style. Then we actually make the meshes from scratch. I just don't think there's any major difference in grabbing something from Google that's AI versus made by somebody else. It wasn't yours to begin with, and it's not meant to be yours. It's just meant to help visually come to the same conclusion. Like, oh, here's the cave that I want. I want those high ceilings, you know, where you can see, but it gets foggy as it goes on. And there's a lot of stalactites and stalagmites that create this harsh, jutting structure. And if I said that to a concept artist, we would have two different ideas of what that's supposed to look like. But I can use this image and like this image to show off that kind of feel to it. And then we have the same two things in mind that we're using to work off of. I don't think there's a problem with that. "95% of corporate generative AI initiatives are failing to deliver measurable financial returns." Yeah. Sounds about right. It doesn't really indent it anymore. Kind of annoying. That's fine though. The tragedy of Markdown. What are you gonna do? Okay, level 5. I don't think that'll cause health damage. We could make it do that, but for right now, heat haze is enough. We'll test it out and see how it feels. But yeah, fuck AI. It has its uses, but I'm not going to use it to replace people, discussion, and expression. Hey, Bumshot, see the game design docs coming along? Yeah, we're starting to push it out. One day at a time, right? Never did replace anyone. I think it... Where do I put this? The people that are worried the most about AI are the juniors. And it's not without reason. It's that when you start anything for the first time and you're trying to build up your knowledge, your experience, and figure out little quirks and ways to do things and understand pipelines, there isn't much of a difference in the level of knowledge and ability between a junior and good AI. The difference is capacity. And a human has the capacity to get even more knowledgeable and experienced and faster and more efficient with their work. The AI doesn't really. And so it's not a good investment because there's nothing you can invest into AI right now that makes it do its job better. But a human you can by educating it, training it, letting it make decisions and sometimes make failures, right? It can reason, it can actually think and express in that way. But if you aren't building out, but I don't think juniors should really be too worried. The people that are using AI to replace the juniors and inexperienced workers never would have given those juniors the tools and time to grow themselves in the first place. If you ask me. Well, and yeah, in game dev, you're right. Juniors have always been on the chopping block. Like, game dev is really harsh to juniors anyway, and it's not getting better. If you're a junior in this industry, it's hell. It's the worst it's ever been. You're competing for like 2 or 3 jobs that are open every month with tens of thousands of other people globally because now they're hiring remotely. Back when you could, hire people that lived in, had to live in the city, at least you didn't have to compete with as many people. But now with remote work, you're fucked. And at best, you'll be able to go and, I don't know, compete with some Middle Eastern company that's going to pay you absolute dog shit to make some AI mobile slop. And what experience is that really going to teach you? Not a lot. Problem with AI for coding is more that reality. Neither you or the AI actually know what it's doing if you use it. So in code, you end up having to learn how to code anything anyways. Yeah. It's like in order to actually fix it, you have to understand it. And in order to understand it, you could have just coded it yourself. Like, yeah, it would have been harder. It would have taken more time in the short term, but the same amount or less time in the long term. Which is why I just don't use it for coding either, for learning things like that. I do try to use it to explain concepts if I don't understand them. Like, hey, can you explain the dangerous Q word, quaternions, in a way that, is beginner friendly, so I can figure out what I'm trying to achieve here. But not, hey, I have this problem, write the code for me to solve it. Because if it's probably not going to be right, and then I don't know how to debug it because I don't understand what the fuck it's doing. I do block quaternions in chat if you try to type out quaternions, just for the funsies. Yeah, I always joke about like my main 3 uses for AI these days are. Okay, like, unfortunately, there were some pretty nasty shooting tragedies recently, right? And I ask it for, like, the most recent factual information about them. Because it's better than having to sift through 10,000 6-hour-old posts about it when I could just be like, okay, just tell me what the facts are. Super useful for news aggregation. Second use is to explain, like, concepts so that I can understand things. But not to replace my critical thinking, but rather to give me the necessary breadcrumbs to get from A to B. And then the third one is a really fun one that I've been doing recently, which is roleplay as what's his name? Socrates. Roleplay as Socrates let's have a discussion about something crazy. Like, why do people do bad things? Why are people evil? That's just kind of fun because it's a fun waste of time, but it gets your brain thinking about like morality. Like asking a toddler to put stuff in your soup. You're gonna have a terrible soup, and if you want to fix it, you're gonna have a bad time. Yeah. I do want to get into C++, Kent. I do want to get into C++. And I think I would have a much better time now than when I first tried to do it. Game difficulty options. This needs to be updated. We have 7 options now for game difficulty options. Let's work on this. Good for pulling APIs for you. Fair enough. The thing I use AI for is to let out my autistic rambling. You're on autistic and ADHD. I think it has uses too. I think it has uses too in game dev, and I think what Sven said, because he's under a lot of fire for this, right? So it came out that they were using AI for developing games, right? This is Larian Studios. The CEO, Sven, who I met actually once, said, "Holy fuck, guys, we're not pushing hard for or replacing concept artists with AI." I was asked explicitly about concept art and our use of generative AI. I answered that we use it to explore things. Didn't say we use it to develop concept art. The artists do that. We use AI tools to explore references just like we use Google and art books, which I agree with. I think that's a very good use case of it. And at the very early ideation stages, we use it as a rough outline for composition, which we replace with original concept art. There's no comparison. I don't see what the controversy is here with that. You know, as we talk about a lot, anything can provide you with good ideas. Anything. Well, it's not reference. I don't think it's shit reference art. Like, you might use it in combination with other pieces. You might say, we like this, 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 but they're pulled from different pieces of artwork. So I don't know if it's... I think without context or examples, I don't think it's right for people to draw conclusions. You know, let's say, hey, I want you to, throw me a concept art for a medieval village. And it adds like a river somewhere that you weren't thinking about before. I don't see that being any, and you like the river being there. I don't think that's any different than typing in medieval village on Google, finding somebody's illustration, seeing a river and saying, oh, I like that river's there. Like, it's the same outcome. The exact same outcome. But you may not like the river, and so you might just say, you could tell the AI to remove the river, or you could just tell your concept art, this is really cool, fuck the river. But take the high walls from this image, take the, pick and choose, and then we develop their own concept art based on that. There's no difference between what was done before AI with AI. Just a new way to find references that didn't exist before. Thanks for realistic and warped impressions in the face, probably enough to make people suspect that AI is having a negative impact on their user experience. With the character? with the, what's her name, Minthara? I mean, this isn't AI, I don't know. I think that by them saying that they're using it, it is going to cause a bit of a problem. But as a developer, I do not think that the way they've said that they're using it is in any way a negative thing. In fact, it's the one case of like, okay, this is where AI usage should stop. Now the real people come into play. This is where I would draw the line to, is where Larian is drawing the line. Yeah, like if it's easier to find a specific reference image by typing in a prompt than searching Google for 10 hours to find the right reference image to give to your artist, because sometimes it's just easier to explain something with an image than with text. How is that not better for everybody? It's not like it's ending up in the final product at all. We'll have AI-free studios. Probably not if you draw the line at absolutely no AI usage, which is I can't even throw my notes that I make, like let's say this, into AI to have it organize them. If that's out of the... If I can't even do that, then I don't know where... I don't think there's going to be any studio that doesn't use it. Although I think that there are very good reasons to organize this by hand. But AI can do it way faster. Not got anything anywhere close to useful from Gen AI, even for ideation. Find better ideas from taking stuff from films and shorts. I guess it just depends. I think it just depends on use case, what you're trying to look up. Because sometimes your game idea might be so out there that there's no way that you can find good references from like any game that's existed. I just don't know. There may be, if you're making like a realistic game, maybe you'll have a bit better time finding stuff from films and TV. But if it's super crazy stylized, I don't know. I mean, it's possible that they might be benefiting or not benefiting, but if they say they're benefiting, then I guess they're prompting pretty well. The problem, I think we can all agree that the problem with them saying this is now it's thrown into question. And people who, I think even the average normie probably doesn't understand the use cases for AI in game development, even ways that are reasonably ethical. Because you're not replacing artists, you're just giving them tools to find references faster. And if this works for them and reduces the time needed to get to that final concept art, I don't really see a problem. Like, they're not tracing the AI art as far as we know. They're just using it to spark. And I think anything can spark. They didn't take pictures that they found on Google. They didn't film the TV shows that they're taking screenshots of. And that's what was going on before. So if you have a problem with AI art being used in the ideation stage or for mood boards or something, or for references, then you would have also had to have problems with them using images on Google before that, which is what the standard was for like 20 plus years. People hate AI because of the way it's being used at the moment. And I think that's fair, just because there are some games that are literally just making AI art and using it as marketing material. Like that's all they're doing with it. But I think it's very different to do that versus, just grabbing a picture for a reference and throwing it on a mood board. I mean, because you make a mood board before you even have concept art, right? A mood board is just, let's all agree on the general direction. Like, here's our color palette. Here are like some of the biomes and the way that they should feel and look, right? And you're just grabbing images from anywhere you can find them. But that doesn't mean that any of those things are in your game. It's just going to be, this is our color palette. Here's a game that has a similar stylization, so we can look at their poly count as references. No, I get you, Bombshot. I get you, Bombshot. I think we're all in kind of the same camp, roughly. I don't think anything Sven said is bad, and I think his clarification is pretty good. I think if he showed people what the ideation phase and making mood boards and finding references looked like before AI, they would see that it is pretty much no different with AI. It's just faster to find the image that you are looking for, because if you can't find it, you can just prompt it. And in some cases, that is faster than looking for something specific. Use AI to find out another game's poly count. Actually, like stealing information from another studio. Well, I don't know if you could use AI to find another game's poly count. It's more just like, do I have the mood board for Colden Chronicles here? Oh, I don't think so. What was the game that we used as a reference for poly count and some of the stylization? It was a free game. I don't know. I can't pull it up. But I don't think you can use AI to... I don't know. It sounds stealing information. It's just, is this low poly, medium poly, or high poly, right? It's not really stealing information. Or a studio culture mandate. I mean, there's plenty of games you can dump the models for. It's not like knowing a poly count for a model is going to help you develop a game. Because, you know, you can make a potion flask in one game that is dramatically different in use case and poly count than any other game. And it's like, how many different ways are there to model an apple? Probably not that many. It's an apple. It's supposed to look like something. And yeah, and there's no use case to guessing a model's poly count. Like, let's say Power World, for instance, right? You would use like a screenshot like this to say, this is kind of the stylization we're going for and the poly count. So you could say this is probably roughly medium poly count. Low to medium. So it's you're not really gaining any information just other than showing this section of the screenshot to your artist, or putting it on a mood board and saying our landscape should be this kind of poly count. Like, there's nothing you get from that, really. Yeah, there's store assets that look like that too. And I guess if you have I don't know. I feel like the AI stuff is such a reductive discussion. I understand ethically being against its use, but I don't think that every use of AI is unethical. If that makes sense. Yeah, I agree with you. AI won't really help you and you don't need it. Yeah, I agree. I use it for game design sometimes, but it's more for like brainstorming. But it's not like, oh, give me 10 ideas for this thing, and I'm like, oh yes, all 10 ideas, let's do it, no thinking required. Usually it's, I don't like any of these, but this one kind of makes me think, what if we do XYZ instead? Right? It's more just like spark my brain, but anything can spark your brain. Reading a book, watching a movie, going outside, eating something, baking, doing some hobby or craft, you know, anything can spark that. And I don't think AI is any different in that regard. It does grunt work, but I don't know if every bit of grunt work is good. Like for me, yes, I can use it to organize my notes for game design. But if I do it manually, it makes me go over those notes again in my brain and think about whether or not I like them or if I should add something more. It's the same as writing a design document, right? When we're writing a, I don't know, like a big GDD or something, or any other design doc, but I have a GDD right here. When I am writing out how to finish potions when you're brewing in Colton Chronicles, I step through the logic of it because I need to explain the logic of it and the options that the player has available to them. And by doing that, I'm almost rubber ducking my way through something that I've made myself, and sometimes I might get caught and say, oh, actually that's kind of a bad logic, that's kind of bad flow for the player to do XYZ, but I didn't think about it in the moment. If I ask AI to take this and write this, I just copy paste and I don't have to think about it. And so I think that AI just provides a really, really easy way to forego having any sort of critical thought about what you're doing, which is the danger of it. That doesn't mean that people who use AI are going to not critically think, but it offers a very, very smooth and simple pathway to not having to critically think. But the lack of obvious, the lack of knowing what route the individual user of AI is taking is where the skepticism comes in. Because when Sven says, hey, we use AI to help with ideation, the underlying we use AI is still valid. When someone else says we use AI to make our marketing material, and they're posting some AI screenshots on Steam, the underlying premise we use AI is still there. And so you have to get into nuance with it, but nobody wants to get into the nuance of these topics because that requires critical thinking, and it requires potentially being wrong, and being wrong is vulnerability, and nobody wants to be vulnerable in 2025 when they already are vulnerable about 10 other things. So, you know, we're kind of back to square one where people choose the easy way out. Choose the easiest thing to think about. Your cases of World Wide Web first came out as the same outcomes we were seeing with generative AI prompting. Yeah, I would say that. And same with like phones, right? Like the time you spend on your phone is different for each person. And there are ways to use phones or computers that are educational, that can build critical thinking skills, that can build, you know, fine motor skills, but there's also ways to use those to not develop your brain or to actively fail to develop it, especially for like kids, right? For, you know, like AI slop or brain rot for kids on like YouTube. But that doesn't mean that every kid watching YouTube is going to be brain rotting themselves, right? Like if I go on YouTube and I type in Magic School Bus, I can get all the old episodes of the Magic School Bus, something that is educational, that is fun, that is entertaining. Or you type in Cocomelon. The kid is still watching YouTube, but what are they watching on YouTube? You know, two kids can be using a phone, but what are they actually doing on their phone? Are they playing Fortnite or are they playing some math game? Smash School Bus was such a goated show. It is, yeah. It's so great. There's a lot of really good educational shows. I think there's a lot of really educational YouTubers too that that I think are worth watching for kids, and even for adults. You know, there's somebody like I really like practical engineering. This guy Grady, really awesome dude. I don't know if kids are gonna learn the most from this. Depends on their age. But he makes fantastic videos about various topics related to engineering, and you know, shows them oftentimes like a very visual friendly way. So they're bite-sized, they're enjoyable, they're varied. Great. But you know, Magic School Bus is something that I think is a bit more younger child friendly. But I think that there's content in each child's development phase of life that you can enjoy for free on YouTube. Love it. Tim Kaine, what is an immersive sim time? I can't watch that yet. I always try to give like at least 1 week for new Tim Kaine videos so that he can get his views, because that's how he makes money. And then we can react to those later so that it doesn't negatively affect him on the algorithm at all. He didn't ask me to do that, but I do that just because I know how the algorithm for YouTube works with that, and I don't wanna step on his toes. Completing the game with this would be really cool. Like you're talking to Jordan Peters. I don't think Jordan Peterson, back in his, you know, days before he got into politics, was using too large of language. Discipline, routine, and one's literacy rate have never been more critical than ever in these modern times. Yeah, I could agree with that. I do agree with that. Literacy rates are not looking good, though. I read his books. I do think Maps of Meaning was a lot more unfriendly to the layman. I do think 12 Rules for Life is a pretty nice book, though. It's really not a bad read. And I think his use of personal stories to provide some context and examples behind the rules was a good move. Once he got into politics, though, I kind of stopped engaging with Jordan Peterson. Even when he does well, he's just all spamming big language to say very basic things. I think he's made some good content. Nothing that's much better than other things that have been made, in my opinion. I don't think it was revolutionary, no. I really liked his breakdown of like Disney movies and the Bible, because they were more about like the moral and ethical side of those stories. I thought those were nice. Randomized flares is on by default. Randomizes a seed for generating flares throughout a run. Also determining their length. Or we should say determining their timing and length. Player can write in optional seed if disabled. Allowing for deterministic runs. Great for speedrunning. I think the whole trans stuff has gotten really out of... I don't think people can talk about something like that. It's so politicized now that nobody wants to talk about nuance. And I think there are very reasonable takes out there about, you know, whether or not we should, for instance, allow certain hormones for certain ages, or when is the cutoff for allowing, you know, surgeries and whatnot. Dangerous topic, dangerous topic. Nobody wants to talk about it. School's facing a lot of censorship. Yeah, from pretty much all sides of the political aisle. And I hate all of it. Again, lack of nuance, you know, the teachers don't want to say something that gets them in trouble. The parents don't want to say something because they want to let the teachers do it. Jesus Christ. I don't know if I was too much a supporter of homeschooling. Yeah, but then that assumes that the parents know how to teach their kids. I don't know. Okay, I thought I mistyped that at first. I don't know anything anymore. The trans stuff is not as prevalent anymore as it was before. I think so too. I think maybe some people realize that it was getting too extreme. It's similar to like the LGBTQ stuff, where once you start to group everybody under a single banner, but one that isn't based on a set of goals or principles, but rather whether you want to see it as a mental condition, which is not a positive or negative thing, but just something that exists, then you start to lump in people with very different desires and reasoning behind, let's say, their transition. So it becomes unfocused, and it can start to become an umbrella for people that may be doing harm to the movement, as opposed to trying to achieve, let's say, equality, or being seen as something acceptable, or something that shouldn't be discriminated against, right? That's why I don't like those umbrella terms. At school right now in a country where education is actively looked down upon and the teachers treat it like it's a scam they run. Jesus. There's nuance. The problem is the nuance is individual, which is why restrictions legally are a terrible idea. Yeah, I agree with the nuance being individual. You know, it's like, are all people undergoing gender dysphoria needing medical intervention, like, or surgical intervention if we want to go to the furthest end of that? Absolutely not. Like, there are clear cases of people who have detransitioned, and if you perform certain surgeries or treatments, there are permanent repercussions for some of those. And so you have to treat each case with nuance. And I think that for some people, the right treatment for having gender dysphoria is, at some point, surgical intervention. But for others, it is just maybe growing up, maybe maturing, or realizing that you might be more effeminate of a man or more masculine of a woman. You might be gay, you might be a lesbian, and you know, these are confusing things, especially when you're undergoing puberty, but also just understanding who you are. You know, you're having a bit of an identity crisis, and I don't think that there's one pathway to solving that. There's a nearly infinite number of pathways of solving that. So you should talk to a psychiatrist, but the decision makes it harder. Because if you talk to a psychiatrist, you can't even get the help you need. It's complex. I don't know if it'll ever be perfect. You know, there might be some kids that will end up having better adult lives if they are started on irreversible hormonal or certain treatments like puberty blockers, right? And there might be others that would have negative benefit from that in the long term and might regret that decision. But you just don't know who's going to be who. And I don't even think that a psychiatrist would know that for 100% certainty. So it's one of those cases where, much like other medical cases, especially ones that are mentally driven, right? Like gender dysphoria is, it's unknowably, what's the right way to say this? We can't know for certain, is the layman way of saying it, what's going to happen when you give an individual certain treatment. They might come to accept it, they might have a happier life with it, and others might not. But I do think that kids can't decide that for themselves, and ultimately it's going to have to be up to the parents. It's a tough topic, though. Tough topic. And what I'm saying is not 100% certain. But we in chat right now are having more of a nuanced discussion than anybody else is having on the topic. Which it shouldn't be the case. Fucking game developer. Oh, yeah, this is correct. Certain facilities on each level of the structure can be repaired to fix consequences that occurred because of the rock blast. And I think we should put each of the failure to repair consequences in the notes. Somewhere. You're a genius. Nuance, I think, is more important. What would we rather have from looking at stats? The less than 1% of trans kids who are negatively affected by transitioning process? The 18% who will try to hurt themselves? I mean, how do you measure negative impact? That's a tough thing too. Or the very minimal or negligible impact on like suicidal thoughts, which is also an important one. I don't know if we should use stats to determine this, but what then do we have? What metrics? Studies and surveys from detransitioners, people who are transitioned. But even then, if it's so nuanced and individual, I just don't know how much that could really. I mean, it would help, right? More statistics is not a bad thing, right? It's more data points. I just don't know how many conclusions we could draw reliably from those data points, I suppose. Mental health? I mean, mental health is a good one. I do think that people who are undergoing, if we can all agree that gender dysphoria is a mental condition, we should destigmatize stuff around that, right? Like depression was massively stigmatized even just a few decades ago, or like panic attacks and anxiety were stigmatized. A good example of that is like The Sopranos, right? Destigmatizing gender dysphoria would be a good start, and encouraging people to talk about it, I think, would probably do more help in the long run than any sort of medical intervention, at least in the to start with. But also telling people, especially extremists who are maybe anti-trans, that not all people with gender dysphoria require medical, like medicinal and surgical intervention. That this is a wide range, just like depression. Not everybody who's feeling depressive thoughts needs to be on antidepressants. Not everybody with depression is having long-term chronic depression, or maybe even has like thyroid problems, right? We've also discovered more that depression can also often be related to chemical imbalances or other parts of the body, like the thyroid. Andrew Tate said there's no such thing as depression. Well, he probably would say there's no such thing as hair too, honestly. Oh, Military asked what the main premise of the game was. I will read it to you. After a mining tremor leaves you nearly dead and destroys much of the colony. Actually, you know what? I'll read this one. I'll read the summary because that's more like marketing focused, right? An accident leaves you stranded at the bottom of a mining facility on the harsh, rocky exoplanet of Kuakua. Jump and climb your way up unstable scaffolding and dangerous exposed piping. Keep your footing on platforms exposed to cryogenic liquid, and avoid patches of hallucinogenic gases escaping from the R&D lab. Aim straight for the surface in a desperate attempt to survive, or try to restore critical systems on your journey upwards, securing the site's safety as best you can. Just remember, the higher you are, the harder you fall. 'Tis the premise. Space Minecraft. It's more focused. More focused just about platforming. I think family settings are a big one too. Yeah, I would agree with that. I've been in some pretty serious depression before, and I think that experiencing those things can help to they can help to anchor your I mean, it's just more understanding, right? You understand something now, and in which case you have the ability, although not everybody can do it, to empathize a bit, right? It's like living overseas, living in other countries, even visiting other countries and experiencing their culture. It gives you more data points about realizing how other people live and what they think. Let's not be too antagonistic towards other people in chat, though. You know, let's keep it civil. The best we can get other people to understand certain situations is to treat them with respect, right? Yeah, some people have experienced like horrible PTSD, or God forbid, you know, saw somebody die in front of their eyes. That shit's crazy. I don't want to ever experience that. I can't empathize with somebody who's seen some crazy shit like that. You know, been in war, lived in a war zone. I can sympathize with it, but I can never empathize with it until I experience it myself. Yeah, and that's true too. Two people can experience the same thing in very different ways. This is true as well. What did Guru say in the well-known song Moment of Truth? Actions have reactions, don't be quick to judge. You may not know the hardships people don't speak of. I don't think I need any notes here. Well, we could say some game modes will disable certain consequences that cannot be fixed or repaired. And we could link to the game mode section in that case too then, which I could even do here. We want to start getting fancy about it. Let's just save it as we're going. Experience depressive episodes quite frequently. Usually it's when I'm most productive because I'm just in a fugue state and I don't remember what happened. A bunch of work and get good write-ups and jobs. Depression isn't laziness. Condition you have to handle. Find depressed people makes you lazy hard. I would hope people don't call depressed people lazy. But I could, yeah. Humans. Again, I think there's another case where The Sopranos is such a great show. Just conditioned by family, peers, and society can affect a person's overall mental health. No one has a solution for everything. Sometimes, yes, maybe that person does need to spend less time thinking about being sad and move on. Yeah, for some people, it's like there's so many different reasons for depression. There's so many different reasons that it's hard to just... I mean, they used to just say, oh, here, take some Prozac, right? But other times just talking. Just even having a friend, having a job can take some people out of depression. I get depressed when I'm not making progress on my game development. You know, I have to push through that. Like, I'll just have horrible days and I will just get into these ruts where I won't want to do anything, but I know that if I just push forward, you know, fix up a document, fix a bug, I can just... the mental health stays much better. Some people can pull themselves out of depression and some people can't. Everybody's different in that. And exercise can help too. For some people, physical jobs, yeah. You know, doing stuff with their hands, having a hobby. I don't know. Humans are complex. I started making cornbread recently, and that's been helping me to feel a bit happier in the evenings. Cornbread and chili. And I'll be making cider soon. And I hope it turns out well. You're depressed, you talk professional. I think talking to a professional is always a smart move, but talking to a professional won't always fix everybody's problems with depression. But it is a good start because they could lead you towards pathways, right? And maybe they can say, okay, why don't you try doing some exercise? Why don't you try hitting up the gym? You know, you come in here every week, you talk about how you wish you exercised. I want you to exercise. I want you to go to the gym, get a membership, and report back how you feel. You know, that's something that professional can, a good professional can channel you into. Having people that you trust and love, I agree. You find woodworking very calming. I love being in a woodworking shop. The smell of some good cedar or oak. That alone can make me feel good. Certain stations for restoring player resources can be built at we could just say designated spots around the facility. If on, enables building components. Which is RLA9. To be spawned also at designated spots around the facility. If off, I almost kind of want there to be 3 states to this, like on, off, and I don't know. Like, what does off mean? Do we have those already built? Do we not allow them to be built at all? We could do like an enum here, or rather than on, off, as, you know, binary states, we have player built, already built, unbuilt, or unable to be built, or something like that. Keep chatting, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Fun discussion today, though.
Shiitake?
Curse you, Bale!
I'm gonna come.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
What are you guys doing?
FBI, open up!
Timonate, how are you doing? What the fuck? What were you guys saying before I left? More stuff about depression. God, guys, just stop being depressed. Jesus. Did you try being happy? Maybe wake up and be happy. The thing that got me through depression, which is, you know, everybody's got a different way through it, but I was in a rut for like 3 years after dropping out of high school. And it was really hard, but I had to convince myself to not fear failure and just try things. Literally just actually attempt something instead of sitting and being depressed and playing games all day. I even had a really cringe desktop background on my computer at the time that I made myself that said, "Don't fear failure." It was cringe, but you know, I saw it every day, and I finally started to like push through things. I'm not depressed anymore. I'm frustrated with my life situation, but I'm not depressed. Throwing it back on Instagram Live.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Also true. What am I working on? We're working on some design for our game. I'm just writing it up and trying to expand on some of the documents, get a bit better of a picture of what we're trying to make and why we're trying to make it. If off, I really want 3 options here. We working on Unreal. I'm an Unreal bro. There's no bad engine. There's just different engines that have their pros and cons for your use case. We like Godot, we like Game Maker, we like everything. I could make this an enum. You know what, for right now, we'll say if off. Disables stations entirely. But I'll make a note here. Make enum for options to have pre-built already too. Why don't I just write it here now? You rage quit 50 times starting to make your game in Unreal. Unreal has a pretty big learning curve, I'm gonna be honest. What do you struggle with in Unreal? Where do you rage quit at? No bad engines, just losers who shill. I think you can, I don't know, you can chill for your engine, just... Every engine can do different things. Make it a movement system. Okay, yeah, that is pretty tough. Are you trying to make it like your own unique movement system, or are you just trying to figure out the engine by making a movement system first? There's 2 really nice movement systems that you can get for free. Motion matching and the advanced locomotion system. On top of the defaults. If you're just looking for something to use that's out of the box ready, or mostly out of the box ready. Fuck it, I'm making this an enum. Buildable. Not build. I was trying to think, is unbuildable a word? Probably not. Stations are not buildable. Building components won't spawn, but all stations that can be built will be in their spots. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. Try to make a crouch, but when you crouch, you just fall through the floor. But a super realistic modular asset pack, and now my game looks super realistic, and now everything has to be good, including movement. I would recommend, if you're okay with using asset packs, which 100% fine by the way, is to look into the advanced locomotion system, which just got a big update. And I'll show you what it looks like with our third person. Where's the fab marketplace for it? Here it is. This, I don't know if there's a new one. This one says last update 2024. We can find it. I swear he made a new one. But maybe it's not like publicly available yet. So this is free. Yeah, if you're making a game like Smash, you'd probably want to look into Gas, which is not beginner friendly. But it would be perfectly built for that kind of game because it's replicated gameplay abilities and effects. So it's a lot of setup, but once you get it set up, if you can learn how to use it, it's great. Oh, you're building a scratch from Godot, okay. Sorry, you and Tibinator are both blue on my screen, so I mistook you. So this is what the slightly modified movement system looks like in the advanced locomotion system. And that has built-in crouching and crouched movement, as well as climbing and mantling. Although I did modify it with my own, yeah, this is free. This is free. That's pretty wild, isn't it? It's pretty much out of the box working as you would expect it to. I did my own modifications to the climbing though, with my own code, so that was just something I added. And that is free on Fab right here. I didn't get the new limited free assets yet. It has first-person support too, although I think that in my opinion, the first-person camera needs a bit of work. If you're willing to work with the first-person camera though, well, let me switch to the right branch for it. Pending changes, no there isn't. Get out of here. I'll show you what it looks like in first person. How you doing, little robot? Micro-organic life games? I'm doing well, man. How are you doing? Is plastic free? Yes, up to a point. I think up to 5 users, and they recently increased it. I think it's like 25 gigabytes. So this is what it looks like in first person. And that's with the same mantling and climbing logic that I modified slightly. But it's mostly the same. And this is for our immersive sim. Oh, you guys can see the new, look at the new mesh material that we put in for the outlines. Look at that. Working beautifully. That's all material driven too. I'm just wasting your time making your own buggy one? Yes, but no. You've understood a lot yet. Dramox is right. You're learning things. You're testing things. And you did that without having to just download this and not understand what's going on behind the scenes. But I do think the camera needs tweaking in this pack by default. Hacking minigame is on the shelf. But this and the immersive sim development will give us more framework for that. You want to do a game in a few weeks? What are your suggestions? Game in a few weeks. Arcade games. Games without like any crazy options. Simple mechanics. Very simple gameplay loops. And arcade games are a good start. Yeah, learning to get things working is a really good idea. I gotta fix walking on things like that. Yeah, you can make a space shooter. Fuck it, why not? I mean, there's tons of free content on Fab, right? So you can always just pull things for free. Or asset packs that you can buy on Humble Bundle. So right now, for free, you can get a mechanic girl who's probably rigged to the default mannequin. So if you need like a character, realistic laboratory equipment, grab that for free. We'll probably use some of that in our sci-fi game in Redlock. There's a medieval village for free. If you just need a level that's already built that you can run around in, go for it. Don't waste time. If you're doing like a small little self-driven game jam, don't waste time doing things that you don't need to do. If you release on Steam, it is acceptable to use asset packs? Yes. Anything that you download on Fab, if you're using Unreal, is 100% free for you to use on Steam and commercialize without having to give any sort of anything. You don't even have to credit the creators of the asset packs, because that's the license that the creators sign up for when they put things on Fab. So if you download this for free, you can use it to whatever extent you want in a commercial product. No credit needed. You can modify it for your own use, fuck around with it. The only thing you can't do is resell it. Will the player base not call it an asset flip? Two notes about that. If you're an indie developer, you're less likely to be labeled with such. If you use this demo map that comes with this asset pack without doing any sort of modification to it, people like me will spot it and will call it out. But if you use this asset pack as a template to build your own map from those assets, I don't think anybody's going to care. Like, if you're not an artist, like I'm not an artist, go ahead and use asset packs, right? Yeah, you build your own maps, nobody's gonna give a shit. Build your own mechanics on top of that, nobody will even notice. And I mean, what's the worst case? You go to early access, you make some money, you replace the assets with some of your own stuff, right? Or like you take the mechanical girl, you replace it with your own stuff too. Yeah, exactly, as Angel Peacer says. Make some money, rebuild your own anyway. Yedaman Z, thank you so much for the raid with 58 people.
Jedno podkreślenie Ens raided my stream with 58 viewers.
What's up, guys? Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Yeah, and get the new free content on Fab, by the way. While you're here, anybody who hasn't claimed it yet, you got a realistic lab with laboratory equipment. You have a cute little engineering girl. Maybe she even has freckles. Ooh, we like that, don't we? And a medieval village. How you doing, Yedim? What were you guys working on today? you waifu? Hell yeah. She'll even say nice things about you. And your hobbies. She'll cook and clean for you too. Yeah, I won't, you know what, maybe I will color code those. No, I won't color code those, not like the on and off. We'll just keep those the way they are. We're talking about game dev today. We're doing some game design and just chilling and chatting. Helping new people to game dev. Won't reawaken my Gantt chart fetish. I hope not. What are you, a producer? Producers love their charts. Building space and auroras for Skysphere. Oh, really cool. Yeah, we keep things chill, you know, we talk about fun topics. We don't use AI in our games. That's one thing. By humans for human. I misspelled components. I really misspelled components. Gross. Ooh! We have fart sounds. We have moaning sounds. A lot of fun ones for you too. A lot of fun sound effects for you. Can you guys let me get one sentence off without farting? Jeez.
Shiitake?
Oh. Under what
I'm gonna come.
Alright, I'm just gonna type. I'm just gonna type at this.
Wrong.
God damn it. Suit upgrades. Spawns and spawn suit upgrades along the main path of the game, if turned on, still... No, we decided these won't be optional.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
You were close. You were close. Wise words. If you're wondering where that's from the brilliant and incredible voice acting of Assassin's Creed Shadows. Truly a return to form for Ubisoft.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too. Shiitake?
Return to form. It did sound Ubisoftian. Is that a term
Ladies
now?
and gentlemen, we got him.
Oh god, what do we want to do? This suit upgrades would require us to, depending on state, depending on state, we will likely have to design completely different data layers to spawn for platforms, as I prefer to design later levels around the usage of suit mechanics that may not be possible to complete without. Default experience will be initially designed around them. Alright, I'm burping. Thanks for the gift sub, Medusa. It's really nice to meet you guys. I really
Jeden
like...
podkreślenie ens just subscribed. Medusa Tedastin gifted a tier 1 sub to 1 podkreślenie NZ. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Thank you, Polish man. Dziękuję bardzo. It's really nice meeting more people that are just, you know, chill and working in Unreal or just... That's great. Great. We have such a good community here on Twitch with Game Dev. I'd be in cell today. I really appreciate that. Enjoy the emotes, including my handmade one of a beautiful cat. Don't look at it. That's my artistic ability. And of course ads, but we don't run ads anyway, so you can now experience fewer ads. The ones that Twitch forces on you because they're assholes. You found a rock in your pants. I have 2 in there. Unreal. Yeah, this one will be a little bit tricky, but you know, we want to go to early access, and I think that we will then we'll default give the experience of these on, and it'll be more difficult and more challenging to design the levels around not having those, but we will do so because it will be, I think, pretty cool. 2 rocks and a pebble. It's stealth mode, okay? It's fun-sized. You know, you don't want a family-sized wee-wee. That's not fun. Where are you gonna fit that? In a family? But no, when you have a fun-sized wee-wee, it can fit anywhere, you know? Maybe I shouldn't be talking about family-sized wee-wees. I don't think the term family and wee-wee should appear in the same sentence. Ooh. Would you guys like a sound alert that's like daddy please? That'd be a good one, right? Yes, obviously.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
I hate you guys. I thought I put a cooldown of an hour on that one. I hate you guys. Default is off. Emergency station airlocks already enabled. We should put like little mini quotes around this. If enabled, the station airlocks will already be jutting out to their expected positions, potentially breaking long falls in the main shaft. God, I love the word shaft. However, or I'll put in the notes here, enabling this will not automatically turn on the emergency elevators, which will still need to be enabled via the same methods as would be needed for the ESAs. How long's the shaft? It is a 2.5 kilometer shaft. This is the biggest shaft that you could ever expect. Only rivaled by my own shaft. I wish. Actually, I don't wish. Fun size. Remember, fun sized. Is it Advanced Locomotion 3.418? No. Are you looking on Fab? Jesus, where am I? Yeah, let me. I can tell you guys if you're new what the game premise is. Sorry, let me get to that. I will give you the summary, which is like what we would be pitching the game. This would be like the marketing pitch, right, for the game, and then I can read a bit of the lore behind it. An accident leaves you stranded at the bottom of a mining facility on the harsh, rocky planet of Kuakua. Jump and climb your way up unstable scaffolding and dangerous exposed piping. Keep your footing on platforms exposed to cryogenic liquid, and avoid patches of hallucinogenic gases escaping from the R&D lab. Aim straight for the surface in a desperate attempt to survive, or try to restore critical systems on your journey upwards, securing the site's safety as best you can. Just remember, the higher you are, the harder you fall. You should be able to port version 4 to 5.7, Tibinator. So download it for 5.6, or use the 5.6 version for 5.7, because that's what we're using this in, is 5.7. The lore is a little bit less markety, but it provides some additional information. On the tidally locked exoplanet of LHS 3844b, mining colony Redlock searches for rare earth elements used in fusion drives. Hosted by a flaring red dwarf star, the planet experiences extreme solar radiation and unprotected meteorite bombardments. You are the safety supervisor overseeing the expansion of the structure deeper towards the mantle where the rarest, heaviest metals can be found. The carefully planned construction of the geothermal power and mantle extraction level is interrupted when a mining-induced rock burst collapses a critical part of the structure. When the dust settles, you miraculously find yourself on your back, alive, with your exosuit having saved your life by dispensing reactive foam. Your mining friends and colleagues have been crushed, and nearly all levels of the structure are experiencing failures of some kind. Evacuation orders have surely been sent out, but your communication devices have been destroyed by the fall. Nearly 3 kilometers of unstable platforms and lethal hazards are between you and your rescue. You're the safety officer, you suck at your job. Well, no, you told them that there'd be a potential rock burst. But you know, miners are gonna be miners. And as much as I love miners, they failed to listen to you in this case. Don't clip that out of context. I swear to God. It's with an E! Jeffrey Epstein, it was with an E. Stay back there, okay? I don't have Jeffrey Epstein in my office. I don't want to make it sound like I do. I was probably pushed by the company? Exactly. You warned them, they didn't listen, and now they're dead. And you are stuck 2.5 kilometers on a tidally locked exoplanet that receives harsh solar radiation. You're fucked. Too late, mine's already there. Shafts and miners in the same sentence sounds sus to me. Yeah, I'm kind of fucked if people clip me out of context in this one. Here, I'll help you out. I love miners. I love mining. I love games about miners. It's just, mining is such a fun activity. Miners are great. Yeah, this is a new game we're working on. The potion making game was denied by the publishers. It was too risky because we didn't have an established team already. Add this part at the beginning.
FBI, open up!
Add this part at the beginning. You were reborn in another world. No. Too many isekais. Okay, so long story short about Cauldron Chronicles, I have a video up on our YouTube about it, by the way. But if the long story short is, everything was good. Budget was great, pitch deck was great, demo was loved. They loved the premise, they saw the potential. Where's your team? That was the question. And I'm like, okay, well, we have 2 to 3 people working on it right now, but we're looking for money to scale up the team, of course. We're like, okay, yeah, we don't want that. We want you to have a team first, and then we can give you the money. What am I supposed to do about that? Andrew Mountbatten, who's that? Teach me the lore. Fuck publishers. Well, they were right. Like, it was disappointing to hear, but they were right. You know, they can give us the money that we're looking for, but there's no guarantee that we can find the people that we're looking for in the time frame that we need to find them. Oh, formerly Prince Andrew. Okay, now I know. Is that his new name? Did he changed his name? They're your publisher? No, we don't have a publisher right now. We don't have a publisher. We have no source of funding. You can help me with my 5 hours of experience. I think what they really wanted was, they just wanted us to have some form of guarantee that we could move forward when they give us the money. And I can't disagree with them. They're right. They're right. Even if you guys in chat gave me the money that we needed for Colden Chronicles, there is no guarantee that I could find the people that we need in the time frame that we need them. It's an unfortunate reality, but it's true. And how am I supposed to fix that? You know, I can't just go back to streaming and jump in engine and fix our lack of team. So right now we just need to, we put that on the back burner. It's still there, it's going nowhere. We have pretty much all of the pre-production done for it and the design for it, but we need to build up a team first and then jump into that kind of game. I think there would be a lot of people looking for jobs, but you know, these publishers see thousands of pitches every year. They don't need to choose the one that has some risk when they can choose one that has no risk or has less risk. So we're pivoting to smaller ideas that can be done with our own existing team and can be self-published for now. Mountbatten Windsor? That's a horrible name. That sounds like some anime name that they would give to a Westerner. Like Leon Kennedy. Like, ain't nobody naming their kid Leon Kennedy. No, it is dope. Okay, Thano, give me a sec. Okay, you guys are really so distracting today. God. Okay, type it now. Now you're good. So yeah, we released one game earlier this year, and that was just a small game that we made during a game jam. We're gonna build on top of that. That's the Resident Evil 4, dude. Okay, it doesn't play cutscenes. Oh yeah, auto skip cutscenes needs to be on too. I thought I included that. Oh yeah, we just didn't fill it in. Okay, let's do that. When enabled, any cutscenes that might be present are just don't load. Just don't load and are automatically skipped. This one is from the from Aeon, from NC Sound. Yeah. I think you can type in !playlist to get a list of my playlist. I think. Which I think is just a text document. When you chose your character's name, you picked it because I thought it was fun. I didn't realize it would actually be appropriate for when she was born. What's your character's name? Input seeds, also forces resource. See, we have that. Have that. Everything should be good. Bootyful. I love the Japanese with their like Western sounding names. They pick the most obscure names that no person would ever be named. Although I say that, but it's like, you have kids naming their kid Batman. Or Daenerys. Wonder how they're feeling now. Wonder how young girls feel to be called Daenerys. Wendy! Sir, this is a Wendy's. Gen Z is wild, yeah. Certain bully targets. Damn. My wife's name is pretty unpopular in the States. Like it's very old-fashioned, but it's very popular here in Poland. I mean, I agree. Danny's cool. Like Danny, I think could exist as a good what's the word for like not male, not female? Oh god, what's the term for it? Timeless? No, it's there's a specific term for like names. Androgynous. Androgynous. I think Danny's a very androgynous name. You could have I knew a friend in school that was named Danny, and he was, you know, it fits for males. I think it fits for females too. But I would expect a woman named, you know, with a nickname of Danny to be a bit more like tomboyish. I think if I heard it. Okay, game modes looks good, so I'm happy with how this looks with different game modes. Facility level overview is pretty much good to start with. We're doing just high level design right now, so not low level. We want the rough outline of what the game should be, and then we can start to develop the prototype, come back, write up a full GDD, get a bit more low level with things, go from there. Dan Trudge. You are pretend band. Medusa, thanks for the gift sub to Distron too. I really appreciate that.
Distron just subscribed. Medusa Tedastin gifted a tier 1 sub to Distron.
He even
They
used
have
the
given
automatic
back gifts
reply
subs in
instead
the
of
channel.
writing his own reply to it. Incredible. I'm just kidding. Neurotags. Oh yeah. Neurotags, audio logs, repair broken facilities, optional objectives. Well, it's not optional anymore, but neurotags and audio logs are 100% optional. Thanks so much. No, thank you so much for the gift subs. All the money we make on this channel goes towards the development of our games, and even a little bit can help. You know, we spend money on translators, or if we need to get a couple pieces of concept art made, we need to buy some sort of asset or mechanic pack. That helps a lot. But we are no AI. I don't do AI for localization. We get people. This will be 3D. This will be 3D with a realistic art style. We don't just localize our games either. We localize our achievements and our Steam pages too. And it does make a really big difference. I can show ya. I just gotta find the right button to click here because I always forget where it is. Not that one. Downloads by region. Hold on. All history. We had 11.8% of downloads in Japan. 9.3% in China, 9%. I can show you exactly which countries we localized for too. We localized for, let's see, obviously US, Japan, China, Germany, French, UK, Polish, Russian. I don't think we did Dutch, but most people in the Netherlands speak English as a second language. We did do Turkish, obviously Australian, Belgian, no. Korean we had, Italian, Swedish, yes. Hong Kong, Spanish. You could say that kind of goes down there to Argentina. We didn't do Taiwanese, but I don't know what the language breakup looks like there. Finnish? No. For sure these are the languages that we had localized to, which covers most of our players. I never do Australia, the Australian language, huh? But you can tell it makes a difference. It makes a big difference. Again, not just your Steam, like your game, but also your Steam page, because there's a lot of countries, especially like in Asia, that they will sort. They just won't look at your game if it's not local, if the Steam page isn't localized. So it doesn't cost much, you know, it depends on your game, but that can make a very big difference. I don't know how to switch languages here, though. But we also had our achievements localized, too. Oh, Belgians speak English as second language anyway? Okay. That's pretty cool. I would love to do more, but I just couldn't afford it. And we got a lot of people in our community to help out for good prices, which is very nice of them. Okay. Repair broken, this would be not important to include. Neurotags, yes. Let's make a full section for neurotags. Jesus Christ, I spelled that wrong. Neurotags. We have some wild emotes here. Neurotags, like dog tag. I mean, I'll probably explain them a bit more here. We need like a lore explanation, but right now the lore explanation is not as important as what they do for gameplay. So it can be pretty brief. Lore-wise, they're similar, probably similar to dog tags, where each individual has a different tag for identity and vitals tracking. Neurotics? No, not neurotic. Optional collectible to learn about the people whose dead bodies you find laying around and what their purpose was on the station. Work in Darkest Dungeon? Yes, I did work on Darkest Dungeon. They're like dog tags, but instead of hanging around your neck, they're stabbed into a thick nerve. Yeah, I kind of just want them to be like in the back of the, like near the top of your like spine. But like part of the suit, so you can just like clip them out of the suit or something. Great game, you bought it this year? Well, I'm happy you enjoyed it. That was a really fun game to work on with some really talented people. Purpose was on the station. I also wanted to maybe get a bit identity vitals tracking. The neurotag is also a bit personal, detailing like medical information and revealing personal info that was tracked by the company. I don't actually know what company the Redlock station would have been for, but we could write some lore about them too. And this is true, you can get a 50% off a yearly plan of Proton Pass with our affiliate link. I do recommend it. I have been using it. Reward for collection. It's a really good password manager. I'm not going to worry about the rewards too much, really. I just want to have something here. Like, what for sure do we know we want to reward the player with if they collect them all? And then we can, you know, we can expand upon that later if there's other things to reward. But this isn't really much of a game with you know, what's the word? Like meta progression and intra-game progress. Whatever. It's gonna be a first-person game, third-person. Survival mechanics? No. Not survival. More of like a only up but not made with stolen assets, and has actual lore and story behind it. And cooler atmosphere. Focused on platforming, but there's still puzzles, there's things to explore and things to find. Yes, actually, actual world building, not just, hey, here's a free train asset that we probably didn't have the rights to use and we just scaled it up 5 times. Were the assets stolen? Not all of them, but I believe that some of the assets from Only Up were stolen assets. Stolen 3D models and assets from other artists and games without permission. And I don't think that they ever fixed it. It was permanently removed. Although there are games that I think have the same or similar name, but they are not the same one. A bunch of really... So yeah, we won't be doing like weird assets that you climb up, but actual... You know, there's themed assets, right? So if you are in... I'll give you an example. If you are in the deep mantle exotic material drilling, water synthesis, geothermal power area, you know, this is very cavernous, a lot of rubble, because this is the ground zero for the rock burst. Magma chambers, exposed ore veins, broken scaffolding. You're climbing up all of these things. So it's more immersive style based on the level that you're in the facility. That kind of thing. Oh, you thought you were talking about my game? No. We're going to be pretty much all bespoke assets, although some asset packs for like props and stuff. Much more high quality. Had the Final Fantasy battle win fanfare music in it? Oh, Jesus. They were sued? Probably not. In most, I mean, they could have been. You know, if you are, let's say you make like a free game with assets that are taken from other games, you're not likely to be sued because you're not profiting, you're not commercializing off of something. So what most likely they're going to do is to send you a cease and desist. But Only Up was being sold for money, so they were profiting off of it. So they would send a cease and desist, and they might sue you for damages. But it is unlikely just because of the process being so long. Our team's working on our assets, and we currently stand at 250. 250 assets? Or your team size is 250? That's a lot of people. That's a AAA studio. I don't know if we're working on a game. Where do you work at? With 250 people? That ain't small. Okay, 250 assets. Okay. I see. I'm like, 250 people, that's... Man, we're talking about, like, you know, tens of millions of dollars spent every month on budget. To spend 21k in your current game feels weird, but it all adds up. It really does. Stop that. Yeah, I agree. I don't have any desire to work on a AAA team, personally. I'm more AA or indie size. I like having more control over things and having a smaller and more dedicated and focused team. Optional collectible to listen to. Oh, I did say there'd be an option to never autoplay. Bits of lore from station members, alive or dead. They will autoplay while platforming, but can be turned off at any time. There's also a gameplay option to turn off autoplay. Sorry guys, I'll have to pick and choose messages to read from chat at this point. Oh, is that person who wrote the long negative essay? Look at Frades, look at that person's review history, because that's all they do. I don't know, they apparently really like doing it. Lean development's the way a lot of AA's or AAA's are crumbling under their own weight. I agree, 100% agree. They've gotten too big to be lean and agile, and they've the only way that they have to recuperate the amount of budget that they spend on their games is two things: increase your game price and or increase the market for your game. And so what they'll do is they'll dilute the uniqueness of their game and the controversy in order to have a lukewarm title that appeals to as many people as possible, price their game up to 70 or 80 bucks, and that's really the only way that they have to do it. But as we can see, it's not really working. Too big. Too big, too big, too big. Yeah, and we can make collecting all will be an achievement and maybe a cosmetic of some sort. For all the new people here, we are no AI studio, no microtransactions, no day one DLC, no pay for convenience, no blockchain, no crypto, no loot boxes. By humans for humans. Failed to refresh authorization. Thank you. Try again. That was weird. But these would just be in-game cosmetics, like a cape or a different exosuit color or something. Fine, just remove that. In physical form, or staff members to review or share concepts. I don't really know if there's a crazy lore reason behind audio logs that needs to be expanded upon beyond that. We can also say audio logs can be. Thank you again, Medusa, for the third gift sub today.
Victor Games just subscribed.
That's so nice of you.
Medusa Dustin gifted a tier 1 sub to Victor Games.
Thank you so much.
They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
I really appreciate that. It's more helpful than you know, especially here in Poland. The land of kielbasa and femboys. And Catholicism. And pierogi. For the femboys. Audio logs can be listened to or revisited from the main menu. And or the escape menu. And I think we'll do the same for the neurologs too. Why not? Some people really like sitting down and reading those. Are you familiar with Mother Horse Eyes? No. Co to kurwy jest? Play with platform is take off. Yeah, let's add the option. The femboys feature a lot in Kingdom Come. Well, Kingdom Come is a Czech game. I don't know if there were any femboys in that though. Such a good game though. Best RPG of the year. Chicks have great collages? What's a collage? I feel like I've heard that before. What are these? Sweet pastry holds a portion of fruit surrounded by puffy yeast dough. Okay, yeah, I mean, you can probably get this pastry in Poland, but in a different form. Several U.S. cities hold annual. Kewanee, Wisconsin. I was born in Wisconsin. That's kind of cool. Yeah, they kind of reminded me of like Danish pastries. What do they call in Polish? Oh, there is none. Jawa. That's Star Wars. It's not a language. Closely related to pigs in a blanket. I don't think they're closely related to pigs in a blanket. Here in like Poland, I mean, here in Poland they have pączki, right? Which are really, really popular. Those are like filled, They are? But they're not savory. Unless you can put some savory stuff inside of it. It's fruit. Yeah, it's not savory. They're infinite? Okay, so they're kind of like pączki or pierogi here in Poland. Where you can have, I mean, they're dumplings, right? They're dumplings you can fill with fruit, you can fill with vegetables, meat, anything. But I think they're closer to pączki. Which are basically just filled donuts. American-made pączki. At least they used the right A and didn't put an S on there. Good stuff, though. Auto plays any picked up audio logs. I don't think we need any explanation behind that. I mean, that's pretty standard and self-explanatory. If you have it on, it autoplays. If you have it off, it doesn't autoplay. One thing, too, I want to state here in the audio logs would be... Medusa, you're being really generous today. I appreciate that so much.
Just subscribed. Medusa Tedastin gifted a tier 1 sub to AMONKRA 44. They have given 4 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you for 4 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Dziękuję bardzo. Kochanie. Or Kohana, if you're a female. Hey, what were you saying, Amakira? Oh, it's a body horror alt history Lovecraftian novel written entirely in Reddit comments on posts that have nothing to do with any of those things. How do you know about that? You guys are weird. But I love you. And you forgot what I wanted to say about Amakira, damn it, you made me forget what I was going to write about audio logs. Oh. Audio logs that have already been discovered cannot be picked up again. But maybe we could make a way for the player to like delete their progress in the options somewhere if they want to reset it for some reason. Are the audio logs going to be on computers? Yeah, I think some can. Yeah, and you would just like, I think we could do it with like a glowing screen, and when you click it, it like turns off the screen, but it enables the audio log or something. It should be easy to spot, optional, and not super complicated or in depth. That would be my thinking. Kind of like how, I think, what would be a good example for that? Stanley Parable had computers, but the ones that you could interact with and had something unique would have their screens on. Good immersion friendly way to show it off. Avoiding UI, yes, where possible. Primarily because it's kind of annoying. Gamepad support for UI is the worst. Ugh. We're missing one of these things too, which was build your own stations is now an enum. Build your own station. We have buildable, non-buildable, and pre-existing. Make that blue. Dark side is on. This is off. Which would be not buildable, right? Because we don't want them to show up at all. Right? For speedrunning? This is the default for speedrunning, but of course you can then just go in and customize it further, so. What would speedrunners want in that case? Would they want pre-built ones? Maybe, because they would be recording the run anyway for speedruns. And there could be ones where you don't use them at all, or you do use them. We can always change it later. Yeah, you're right. It's kind of hard to plan for speedruns. I can presume what they want, but you're right. I won't know for sure until we get them in the game. It should be non-buildable or just not buildable. Yeah, we will have a built-in level timer, yeah. And that's going to be there by default, but I think what we could also do is have it on screen. But my thinking is that speedrunners use external software anyway for the speedruns, so I don't know whether or not to show it by default, but again, this is just high-level design, so there's nothing set in stone at the moment. And it's something that's so easy to just quickly toggle off for, you know, based on player feedback. But speedrunning is not going to be the default game mode, but the speedrunning is a separate game mode that just turns certain things on or off based on what I can presume speedrunners would want to have turned on, so it's just kind of a faster way to set the presets. Otherwise, nothing else is changed. It's just like it's just a preset of options that you can then customize further. And they might break it. You're right. They might break it further. But there'll be people that I think do glitchless speedruns, right? And that's what this game mode is for. But then there are those who will, I think, do any percentage, right? So this game mode is primarily built for glitchless speedrunners who want to play a specific mode with specific options that can create a competitive category for that, if it makes sense. In which case, we could make a gameplay option for on-screen timer. It's going to get pretty granular, though, so at the end of the game, when you beat it, it's going to show time spent in each section as well. Just for people who want it. But I don't want the default experience to be, like, time pressuring. Speed. What's the difference? What's the difference between speed running and speed running? Oh yeah, there's two categories. So there's any percent, right? Which means completing the game as fast as possible using any means necessary, no restrictions on collectibles, side quests, or required game percentage. So basically just go up and glitch the shit out of the game, who cares? Then there's speedrunning glitchless. Well, I don't think we need an explanation for that, right? Because then that's just not using glitches, right? Yeah, glitch breaking versus normal. So the speedrunning game mode here is meant for a very quick set of customization options for setting up the base. And then if you want to play that glitchless, you can. But this way people can say, okay, we're doing a speedrunning for Redlock with the dark side mode, any percentage. Or we're doing the speedrunning mode glitchless. Yeah, so I'm just giving them the tools to customize that, and then they can create the categories themselves from that. I just want to have those options available for them to work from. And even like a really fast, ready-to-go game mode, which is the same game, just with certain things turned on or off, like auto skip cutscenes on, auto play audio logs in our case would be off, right? Let me fix that. I copied that without thinking. Oops, wrong one. And we turn off randomized solar flares too, so that you can put in a specific seed. So we might default to, like, I don't know, just a seed that says default or speed running or something. And this would allow you to have deterministic solar flares so that the speed runs are deterministic, right? And are not random in any way. But you could always do randomized solar flares with a speedrun for a little bit of fun, but that's up to the speedrunners if they want to have a category for that. I can't anticipate anything too far in the future. Oh, planning outweighs for future any percentage players to break the game. I can't plan that. The only thing I can try to prevent is people who aren't trying to break the game breaking the game versus people who are trying to break the game and letting them break the game. I will not fix anything that is so difficult to enable that a random player might stumble upon it, right, and fall through the wall or something. But I won't fix things that are just so out of this world and impossible to recreate. I'm not gonna fix those. That's part of the fun is seeing speedrunners break the game, right? I mean, if it's broken, like it just depends, right? It's kind of like balancing a meta. So like when I'm a systems designer, I do a lot of balancing in my work, and you don't want to balance a meta that is really hard to pull off. If the game is requiring skill, precision, forethought, planning, and the players end up like kind of breaking the game because of it, great. That's fine. That's perfect. They played the game according to your rules. They worked hard, got the right items, broke the game. But if it's so easy to accomplish that it's just, oh, equip this ring and you break the game, that's not balanced. Yeah, you don't want to balance the fun, and if players find it's exceptionally common in like strategy games, right, where Divinity is a really well balanced game because it's very easy to break the game in a number of ways, but that's part of the fun of it. But if you balance out every single meta, which you can't because there will always be a meta, then you're punishing players for strategizing in a game about strategy. Great. You might as well just have removed the entertainment value. Good going. And game design is about entertainment. I don't like to use the word fun for game design. The first 10 minutes of The Last of Us is not fun, but it is entertaining. Yeah, it makes me cry every time is why. There's a random difficulty spike that means you kind of have to break the game to progress, then you nerf the game breaking stuff. Yeah, balance is such a difficult thing. There's no formula to balance. And you can't do it on paper. Not all of it, at least. You need players to play test. And you need to know who your game is for. Like, who's your audience? Who are you trying to speak to? Do you? Yes, generally. Though I will first design a game and then I will figure out who the game is for first. So we will be doing our player profile, figure out who our audience is and what they're playing, what our competition is. And that'll end up looking something like this. Sorry, I'm dying. Here's our pitch deck, by the way. This is what we would show publishers. So you would do like a customer profile. Like this. I use Co-Carnage. He would be happy because I made him younger. Now, if you get a publisher, they will do their own market research, but this does help to provide some early evidence, and it shows that you're thinking about who this is actually for and what you're trying to achieve. Really useful for designers because you don't want to put something in the game that violates one of these likes or dislikes, right? He's a really big streamer. Very wholesome dude. I added a color joke? Where did I add a color joke? Oh, with OU? It's the British spelling. I know I'm an American, but I do use British spelling for certain words. I do write OU with color as well, and favorite. I'm a weird mix of American and British at this point with my English. But yeah, super helpful stuff like this, or just general market analysis, something super easy to look at and say, here's how we differ from some of the games that are similar to ours. Inspiration is always nice too. Like, what games are we pulling inspiration from and why are we pulling that from? These are all screenshots of in-game, by the way. Every single one. Are complete screenshots of our in-game. And the trailer we made was 100% gameplay. Publishers love that, I can tell you that. When they know that everything they're looking at was completely real. This was the game that was unfunded, though, because we were looking for about 4 million euros. Which is pretty small, I think, for what it was. Yeah, we talked to some investors. I'm a little bit wary about divvying up the pie. Worked with millionaires? Hey, if I could get the money for this, it'd be great. One day. Do I still have it installed here? Oh yeah, look, we still have it installed. Look at our main menu, you can play with the animals. Bonk, bonk. I really love bonking that ball. The UI is terrible. It's a prototype. It's not meant to be good. It's meant to be fast and show off what it's supposed to be. Yeah. This is not for customers. This is not for players. This is just prototype footage for publishers. Seeing here's what the game kind of looks like, and then the UI is just placeholder. UI is usually one of the last things that you do when you make a game, because you don't have the anything finalized yet. Well, people are visual, but publishers don't care. Publishers don't care about finalization of UI art. Players do. Publishers don't. You'll see, like, especially with, like, MMOs are a really good example where you'll see that their gameplay is, like, really fleshed out and then they have shitty UI because it's just one of the last things that you spend money on. And investors don't care either. Well, investors, no, they don't really care. Because investors don't care about your game. They just care about your monetary, your finances. The investors I've talked to don't give a fuck. They want to see mock-ups. They want to see concept art, but they don't care about what the game actually is right now. They just want proof that you can make it. Publishers do care about your lore. They do want the game to fit in their portfolio, because if they can't market it, or if they don't have people to market it to, then they're not going to make money, right? All your numbers show that end users love terrible UI. Depends on the game. Depends on the studio. A lot of that depends. But we had everything on display here, all our mechanics. No, it was tough streaming a game like this because there's a lot of points where I say, look, this is placeholder. You know, this is, you just heard Skyrim's sound effect there. That's purposeful. That's 100% purposeful, because this was not released on Steam at all. It was not publicly available anywhere. Remove the text? We don't want to remove the text because we wanted this playable. So it has to actually be, like the publishers need to know what they're playing and what they're doing. That's why we have like a tutorial and everything too. Yeah. Because when you give the number one thing is the publishers will say, okay, show me your trailer, show me your gameplay, right? So we made a trailer that was 100% gameplay. So I just recorded everything from this build and built a trailer from that. Then they will ask if they like the game and they like your pitch, they'll ask for Steam keys because they want to play it themselves. And they want to see, do you actually know what you're doing? We want to see it for ourselves, we want to experience it. And that's where you provide this. They don't care though about placeholder text or sound or music, anything like that. Yeah, no worries. No, it's good to have like a like an idea in your mind of what is good and what's bad. But I can definitely say that placeholder shit like this, they don't care. A bunch of cheats. There is an audio delay, but that's on my capture card. That's not from the game. Full day-night cycle, which was really nice. Weather too. Could give the light a couple seconds to adjust. This is Unreal. Get away, bees. Nobody wants you. No, Unity's great. Unity's great. It's just, there's different use cases for all this stuff, right? Different use cases. But yeah, ignore any audio delay because that's on my capture card. Being a dick. Dying slowly. Night vision. And a snail. Lovely placeholder cube. Yeah, the install fee nonsense was really stupid. We were planning to, you know, get about 4 million in funding and rebuild this game from scratch with the right art and foundation behind it. One day. One day. But not today. There is a waterfall. There's also fishing too. Should be a fishing spot up here. I don't know if the snail is useful bait. So we'll see. Placeholder fishing. You want to see placeholder fishing? In the deep lake. I actually don't know if anything eats the snail. Oh, it does. The boned fin starefish. What a name. Ooh! Got a bit of a bitch. Got him. Look at him. Look at him there. bulwark. Good effect. There's also trapping too, so you can lay bait and traps and catch stuff over time. Oh. And I just happened to place it in there at the moment that a bait tick occurred. That's pretty nice. You're lucky. There's a dungeon too, there's puzzles, there's farming, you know, there's lots of good shit in this game. RPG dialogue, branching choices. Lots of good stuff. There's enemies, potion combat. You make your own potions, very Skyrim style, so different effects and they all combine. It was all there. It's all there, and we made most of these systems ourselves. For instance, this was an example here of... Will this work? No, I need restore health. Hold on. I gotta cheat. That'll work. Example of a tree you could restore with a potion of restore health, and then it would grow some really nice ingredients at the base of it. These grow back over time too, so I think you need like 2 in-game days. I set it all just for temporary balance. Yeah, they come back now. There's rituals too, so you can like change the weather or modify the effects of ingredients and potions based on the rituals you perform. Let me find the altar. What a bitch. Oh, look, he's running away. I'm a captain. Oh, I hit myself on accident. What did we hit, actually? Oh, we got him. He's angry. He's lit up, though, because it had Concussive Blast and Aether Light on it. So now he'll glow in the dark. A lot of branching dialogue in this game as well. Where's my books? Books. Let's read the books. We have Not Fishing for the Cognitively Impaired. We have this one. Let's change the weather to rain. Actually, we just caught that crimson clawfish, didn't we? And that's in the water receptacle. Okay, we need this. Where's the water receptacle? Here it is. Oh, we got the big oinkers. My programming friend added him. He hides. He's very shy. This'll work. Alright, this should change the weather to rain. Oh, I missed something. I fucked up. Hold on. Oh, I know what I was supposed to do. I know what I was supposed to do. That's right. We need the... It didn't consume it, which is good. We just need to put a Druid Essence potion in the center. And then we can throw the potion of Restore Essence. That'll work. Oh, Rain! Hello, Rain. So some ingredients are only harvestable during the rain. It might also be useful to you because there might be like a, you know, a fire golem or some fire blocking an area, and this would, you know, diminish the fire. Other reasons, it'll make enemies easier to freeze with potions of chill. So, you know, there's strategy behind having it rain. It's also useful because it's always partly cloudy, so things that grow well in partly cloudy areas are going to grow from this. It will water your crops for you. You know, it was an immersive sim RPG, right? So it's just, we give you the tools, you decide how to play. And there's lots of other rituals too. It's like crafting rituals, so you can make things from scratch. New ingredients. Or you can modify the effects of potions doing certain rituals. Go away. Big bastard. So I think it was a pretty good prototype. I think for as far as prototypes go, and from what the publisher said, this was more than they pretty much ever see from developers. But it was just the lack of existing team and funding that was the red flag, unfortunately. Yeah. Why bother funding a team that has no existing team? This is not funded, unfortunately. One day it will be, though. Yeah, we had a milestone plan. We had it all planned out. Here was the budget. They said that this looked great to them. This was all on par. And then we had, what else did we have? Oh, here's our milestone plan. And that was all set up through vertical slice at least. And then we had the GDD. Well, ideally we get this self-funded, right? Would be great. But it's, you know, it's a lot of money to raise like 4 million. I think they forget the lack of team if what you showed them was 2D. No. No, I don't think so. And I think 2D, you would be competing with a bit of a lower market for it. There's a certain point where if what you show is visually impressive, it's way easier to market that because it appears, not saying that it always is, but it appears to have more budget and more behind it, right? It's a psychological thing where once your scope gets big enough, if you can put some impressive visuals behind it, it's easier to sell. And so therefore your market cap, right, or your potential sales numbers for it to go up pretty significantly. And it's not to say that 3D games are better than 2D games or 2D games are worse in any way. It's just a psychological thing. It's here's the next big 3D open world RPG. I mean, that's a great sell to it. And people who really are looking for choice-driven, cozy, open world games with immersive sim elements and various open world activities would eat this up. They really would. If we can nail the experience, of course. Yeah, it's just visual sell. Unfortunately, I couldn't afford concept art for it or anything, but I was hoping, and I think it was relatively successful, that the playable demo and what we showed in our trailer being 100% gameplay could help sell it. It did, but then they said, okay, where's your team? Because it's like, you have everything great, but if we give you the money, there's no guarantee that you can hire the people that you need to, which is true, sadly. They would rather have me have a team and maybe some funding already, and then they could build on top of that. It's just, why take the risk? And from their perspective, it's understandable. It's right. Yeah. So it's there. The project files are not going anywhere. The game idea isn't going anywhere. Eventually, it can be built. And ideally, I would like to skip working with a publisher because I think that the game pitch itself is strong. I don't know if the prototype we made is the best pitch alone. It's just really hard to make a game of that size and scope alone and have it be presentable. But if we could fix a few aspects of that and rebuild it from scratch, knowing that exactly what we want to make now, we could probably finish up the pre-production with a couple $100,000. Easily. And get the concept art we need to start laying some groundwork. One thing at a time. Not a hard pitch. It's not a vertical slice yet, right? I mean, obviously, if it was a vertical slice, we would have good-looking UI and everything would be as it should look for release, and it's not that. But I don't want to accept a bad pitch deal. And I think that the publishers and what they said are not something that I should work around. What they're saying is right. We need to let it cook. We need to let it cook. If I get the funding now, I don't think I would spend it perfectly. So we need to build up some team members. We need to reapproach that. Rebuild it, get the proper combat design document, get a proper art director that can take it from my hands, get a producer to look at everything holistically and do a more granular breakdown on how we want to spend that money. And maybe then we could build something for like a Kickstarter pitch, but we do need a producer. We 100% need a producer. At least one. You absolutely need a producer. They do such important work. Oh. It'd be good to have two. You disagree? I don't know how else you manage budgets, outsourcing, translation, QA, get all the team members communicating, and set up with meetings, and manage your tasks properly. I don't know any successful team of significant size that doesn't either have a producer or have people with 20 to 30 years of experience. Yeah, but I would say 20, 30 years of experience doing the production. But even then, like even Darkest Dungeon, the main designer ended up having to do a lot of production, which is why he hired people to help with design like me. Different connotations of producer, I think that, yeah, but it's called producer. Like I can show you like examples of like Polish jobs. You would have producer here, producer, release, junior producer, publishing producer. These are all producers. Not like producer for like a film, which is where they just give money. Game producers are very different from like film producers. It's a terrible thing. Oh, publisher. Well, publishers will have their own producers too. So you might have producers on your team side and then producers on the publisher side, and they will of course work in close tandem because they want to ensure that the game is being made properly and has the right milestones. But you 100% need. I think we only budgeted one producer, but we would be hiring like a senior producer. I wouldn't mind getting an associate producer though, But I just don't know if the team size is enough for that. For sure, one producer is necessary. Two, depends on how good the producer is. And we would use them for general management early on when the team is small, but then shift them to full-time. Let me add that, what was the option? On-screen timer. I don't think so, Disthrone. Because a freelancer can tell you that they'll join you if you have money, but that's no guarantee that they will actually join you if you have money. What a lot of studios do is they lie. But I don't believe in starting off a agreement with a publisher by lying. For hopefully obvious reasons. But a lot of places will lie about their team size. And I can just tell you with first-hand knowledge that that happens a lot. But I wouldn't recommend it. If enabled, an on-screen timer appears to track the player's time in the game. And we'll have to specify too that like this is meant for speedrunners primarily, and will keep track only when active gameplay is occurring, not cutscenes or pauses, or while paused, I should say. We track time anyway, or end of game, but this just throws it on the screen too. Fuck you, redundant. Fuck you. I was talking about line publisher, about the team size, but telling them that you have people you've worked with before and are prepared to go full time. It does help. I will say it helps. But you get your money, and one of those people says, "Oh, actually, I've taken something else," or "Actually, I'm not prepared." You run a risk of that. And worst case, you might have to pay back the publisher for the money that was that they gave you, that you might have already spent some of. I mean, you could sign a contract, but it's just like, I don't know. It's risky, and that's the reason why publishers ask you if you already have a team, because it's a guarantee that none of that funny business will happen, or is likely to happen. If that makes sense. Hey, Sisbone, I feel like there's some legal issues here. With what? You mean like lying to your publisher? Yeah, there are. I'm just telling you, it happens a lot more than I thought it did, and a lot more than I wish it did. It's like lying to players, right? If enough developers lie to players about games and development, players stop trusting publishers en masse. If enough players stop trusting, I think I said that right. Developers. If enough developers start lying to publishers, publishers start trusting developers less. And that's not a good thing either. Like it's a long-term full-time business contract and relationship that you have, often with millions of dollars behind it. I just don't think lies should be the premise of any sort of that discussion. But they are, in a lot of cases. I mean, you could probably sort them out. It's just the moment you sign that deal, you start having milestones. And the moment you start having milestones, that's when the payments are going to get withheld if you don't meet them, or the publishing deal might fall through. And the sooner that you are in that publishing deal, the better it is for the publisher to pull out, because they barely invested anything into the project. So that's also the most risky time for the developer, which is why developers often lie in that stage, because they realize this. It can get toxic very fast. And the moment you do one lie, you say, yes, this system is in the game, and all it is just mocked up, you know, you've like hard-coded something, you have debt, and you have to pay that back in the future because you still need this thing. This can lead to crunch, it can lead to more lies, it can lead to disagreements with the publisher, cutting features that you originally had planned and would have made the game more whole and probably sell better. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Breach of contract is a civil law issue. Does it cost more than it's worth? Well, usually what'll happen is if a publisher pulls out or like some sort of breach like that, and they can prove it, they would have a repayment clause. So if they've already given you $500,000 to develop your game, and if that's your source of income is from the publisher, you'll have to pay back the $500,000, and you don't have any money. So you'll have to maybe take out a loan or find an investor willing to pay off that debt. Hey Simran, is there any reason to get a publisher if you don't need money or investment? Just curious. Yes, you can still get a publisher. There's reason to get a publisher. This does not mean that you need one, but publishers can also help with putting your game in front of a specific target audience. So you might have Raw Fury is a good one. They're a pretty awesome publisher. They publish a lot of small little games, some horror games. They have a lot of experience with horror games, little indie hits, puzzle games, roguelikes. They can put your game in front of 667,000 followers on Steam and throw your game up on Twitter and stuff as well, or their YouTube channel. They can get you into conferences, right? They can help pay for you to get to different things like that. Like they have 55,000 followers on Twitter. They can be really helpful. They can also help you localize. They can help you port. They can help you get to. They might have developer kits for like the Switch, which are kind of annoying to get, or PlayStation and Xbox, which are even harder to get. They can help you with the certification for consoles, which is pretty nasty to get through. They can help with legal issues. They can help get licensing. They can do a lot of stuff. So publishers are not useless. It's just you need to know, do you need a publisher? Like, can you actually market and get your game onto onto Steam yourself? Do you know how to get past 100 wish lists, you know? And thanks for the follow as well. It's very easy to put a game on Steam. It's much harder to actually make money on Steam. Most games, out of the 19,000 games that released on Steam in 2025, most did not make enough money to recuperate the $100 fee that you pay to put your game on Steam. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Get some water too. Danger, Will Robinson. Ah. What's the music? Ow! Oh, fuck. I twisted something that normally you don't want to twist. Let's just say that. I'm not saying you are advocating for line distron. I'm just saying that it's very common. But it's hard to tell people, hey, if we get funded, I will offer you a job. People hear that a lot. Like, the game industry is really unstable. And they can say, okay, sure, but then when it actually comes time to sit down and build up a company, that's very different. And you can't even tell them what you'll offer yet because you don't know how much money you'll be getting from the publisher. That's the unfortunate thing. And you might find people that will freelance for you or do something, you know, on a volunteer basis or their portfolio or something, but they could be in a part of the world that you can't afford to pay them even if you do get funded. What do you say then? Okay, these are probably pretty good. Mechanics we need to expand on, although mechanics is kind of vague. I for sure want to discuss resources, but I think that should be separate. Oh, I literally have one already called player resources. That's better. Can expand on that. Read in a book that video game devs used to be way more popular as the individuals, not the company. Yeah, but it's also because studios used to be a lot smaller. And there just weren't as many. And paying them as a freelancer? Well, how do you pay freelancers if you don't have any money? Yeah, if you can't afford to pay them as an employee, you can't afford freelancing. It's just a tough situation, and you shouldn't promise rev share. And I wouldn't really recommend taking rev share jobs in the industry. Not that I think people are scamming you when they say that, but that rev share implies revenue. It also implies that you're going to make enough money to actually have anything reasonable to share. And then if you're sharing barely reasonable revenue with everybody on the team, you don't have enough money to develop the next game. It's really not a sustainable model for long-term development. So I wouldn't recommend it. Freelancers don't require healthcare and 401k. Well, not all contracts guarantee healthcare or 401k, to be honest. Depends on what kind of contract and where you live. I mean, we have free healthcare in Poland too, but nobody really relies upon it for most things. So you also have to pay enough for people to afford private care. Which kind of sucks because you're wasting a lot of tax money on free healthcare that you don't use because it's not very good and the wait times are horrendous. Especially if you need something like really urgently. Illegal immigrant? I'm just an immigrant. I don't want to break this up. There's not a whole lot to write about regarding resources yet, and they're not really super in-depth. At least it's not as bad as Canada. I think every country's healthcare, unless you are in some small, very wealthy country that can afford to do some crazy shit, usually pretty not great. There's pros and cons everywhere. Now, the wait times are bad just because there's so many people that want to use them, and a lot of the old people will gunk up the system, especially with like basic checkups. And it's way easier just to pay some money and go in and get something the moment you need it. The quality too is pretty bad of public healthcare in some cases. It just depends where you go. But a lot of like the emergency rooms that are covered by public healthcare are doctors who don't give a fuck. They don't care about your pain. They want you in and out as fast as possible. I will say the price of drugs here is a lot better though. Like, you know, medication and stuff. Like, I'm getting a surgery a very simple surgery covered by public health care next year. But I have to wait a year for it. Or I could get it in like 2 months if I paid privately. And it's not a whole lot to pay privately. But the benefit is that I don't need it immediately, right? But if I did need it immediately, it would kind of suck. I think there's a middle ground between, you know, universal and, you know, but let's say the best European system and the best parts of the American system. There's got to be a middle ground here. But nobody wants middle grounds. It's either my country's the best, your country's the worst. This system is 100% better, this system is 100% worse. You think those facilities would be part of the public system? I don't think so. Who would pay for them? How you doing, Paxian? The public system would pay for them. Who's the public system? They weren't made by the private system. Yeah, they were. That's how they get made. They get paid for. What are you talking about? Do we have another resource that we're forgetting here? No, warp charge. Warp charge gets removed. Building components. I don't think so. I might be missing something. Some things are subsidized. You're right about that. I don't think that's true in many cases, Distron. I don't think that's true at all. The public system doesn't pay for private healthcare places to be built. Can you show me proof of that? What type of game are you making? It is a platformer. Precision platformer. But much more like immersive and lore driven and story driven than like an only up style game. You get a lot of complacency with public healthcare too, and like public education, because you know people's like jobs are protected, and oftentimes you don't get a lot of oversight of the quality that people get. That's a big drawback of public systems like that. Which is why, like for instance, people here in Poland get public education, but they often speak very poorly of the teachers that they have in public education, versus you oftentimes in the US see that people speak more highly of the quality of teachers and that they get from private education, even though the prices are absurd. So there's got to be a middle ground here, right? Lower info behind health. I don't really know what to write here. Not as important as the gameplay aspects, though, to be honest. I might just leave it blank. Okay, well now we're talking about some political money bullshit. That's different. But let me put it this way. You want changes to these systems to be better? That requires increased taxes. You want increased taxes, you have to sell the idea of increased taxes or trick people into thinking that it's better. Surprise public healthcare is political money. It's all political money bullshit, yeah. We're all pawns of politicians. Health, we should say health will be. Health will be a casual resource to manage for the player. Only depleted in situations where they're radiation ablative is first depleted. Solar external radiation, or in cases where something is bypassing their radiation ablative to do direct damage. Fire is one example. I don't really know if I need to put more than one. Player can't heal without proper healthcare. Yeah. Wait in line for 3 in-game months. Or buy this $10 microtransaction to get immediate healthcare. Well, you're saying specifically, Distro, like private healthcare systems getting a lot of subsidies. Which country? Which country? Yeah. Yeah, it's just different country. Nvidia healthcare. How you doing, Sujan? I think every country has its problems. Every country has its pros and cons. No country is perfect. No culture is perfect. But everybody wants to compare countries instead of just like sitting down and saying, okay, what do we actually have with the resources we have? Because that requires discussion, and discussion is gross, man. 2025? Nuance? Ugh. Grass is always green on the other side. I can spray paint the grass green. Some people probably do that. or it's like fake grass. It's just like turf, right? It's astroturf. Isn't that kind of what the term of isn't that where astroturfing comes from? Yeah, making a fake artificial grassroots movement appear popular and organic, hiding the true sponsor to manipulate public opinion. There's a lot of astroturfing that goes on. You just abolish private healthcare? I don't know. I don't think public healthcare is better in some ways than private. And private healthcare is pretty good in Poland. Am I astroturfed with 53? We got raided by a really awesome person. Let me give a shout out to him too. Because everybody who's come from his stream or her stream, I'm sorry, I don't know, has been really, really cool. And chill and nice. Lore info. Yeah, I'm just not gonna fill the lore info for right now, just because it's not important to the high level design documentation. And I just sit here thinking about it for hours, and I wouldn't do that just yet. Gameplay first. We know we want it. LB4 cartridges are used to protect against broad spectrum radiation mostly in the protection against solar radiation and flares. Cartridges how do we describe that the player only has one cartridge and it gets consumed? Player has up to 100% ablative, not health. Oh, there's a proper word for this, like durability. Player has up to 100% ablative durability, depleting when a source of radiation applies damage to it. When it hits 0, the ablative is no longer effective. Functional, not really. Ablative is to protect against radiation. So like you'll see it on satellites and other stuff like that. Can also be used to protect against heat. I don't know if there's any good like examples on like satellites or things that are meant to return back into Earth. I guess technically you would have an ablative. I guess, yeah. I mean, you would use it for X-rays and such, to be fair. Block radiation. Let's put it that way. It blocks radiation. That's not true, Disthrone. US has really good healthcare. It's just very expensive. It's not the best quality in the world, but it is also far from the worst. And a lot of countries have it way worse than that. It's the price, though, that's the issue. And there are a lot of reasons for that. Not just public would fix this. Not if all the politicians are being paid off by the healthcare industry. There's a few things you gotta fix first before you do that. It's prone to vaporize. Well, it will vaporize. It will. That's basically exactly what it'll do. It'll flake off of the player's suit. Hopefully with some cool visual effects. Damage will impact health next. Consuming an LB4 cartridge immediately restores all ablative. Do we want the player to be able to hold cartridges and like consume them on the go? My initial thinking is no. And this should be something that is more arcadey, where it gets restored at usually at like an ablative restoration location, or from cartridges that you find scattered around the world. That can always change. Honestly, that can always change. We need to just get a feel for it. These are cartridges that are applying to the suit, and then the ablative will be spread out around the exosuit magnetically and will adhere to it. And then will flake off as radiation hits it until your suit is exposed, let's say, and the radiation can penetrate through the metal. It is profitable to screw desperate people out of money, isn't it? It really is. What happened to Quinn Pusher 2? I didn't see the market viability for it. The game that I wanted to make was the game that the community didn't want. And so I just pivoted. Amakira, that's dangerous. What you're saying? That's a centrist opinion. In 2025? You have to be extreme. Only extreme. No nuance. Player cannot hold any cartridges, and picking one up immediately consumes it if the player is less than 100% or has less than 100% ablative. We should specifically say too for that for health. When health reaches 0, the player dies. And the game reloads from the last save. Obviously, we have not talked about saving and loading in this game whatsoever. That's going to be a whole discussion we need to have. That's just more of a challenge that we needed to figure out, and less something that I am unsure if we want to have, though. If you have instantly consumed cartridges, then you need to create levels in such a way that they have more power-ups when they need them. So you will be able to build stations that restore your ablative too. It will not be a roguelike, though. It will be a standard game. I do agree, though, Distron, I think that I'm not 100% sold on the player not being able to carry some, or at least one. But it's something we'll need to test out. It should be very easy to add if we need it, because our game doesn't have a whole lot of inputs, so adding in something for the player to use that shouldn't be a problem at all. You just need to feel it out. Hydrogen is used for certain exosuit abilities, of which we will need a separate article for. We're just gonna put a placeholder at the moment. Oh god, which one is that? RLA19. And is stored in a similar manner to LB4 ablative. This is BG3 music? No, this is Oblivion music. Crazy. Instant use will require more testing to figure out when the player will need a boost. At least we want to do it properly. Well, everything's down to balance. I'm just saying we don't know what it'll be yet. Are you leaving? Yeah, see ya, Amicure. See you Friday, because I will not be streaming tomorrow. I have the day off tomorrow. I need to get my hair cut. And I'm meeting up with Kotspur to talk about Redlock. But then Friday we have our Goaty stream. And then I'm off for the holidays until the 5th of January. 5th of January. We do not have a command for Redlock yet. We'll get that up though. Yeah, see you, Disron. Good talking to you. Good seeing you again. In a similar manner, may be too worried. Or be too wordy. If somebody reading this doesn't understand or like the term in a similar manner, they need to increase their IQ by a couple digits. Okay? Thank you, AI, but I do not need to dumbify my sentence structure down that much. A little bit is okay, but too much. Come on. No, I'm keeping it in a similar manner. Just because you hate it, C-Spawn. Fuck you. Using abilities will deplete it by a specific amount. When depleted, the player can no longer use abilities until it is restored. Assuming a hydrogen canister will immediately restore all hydrogen. Minecraft music is classic. Yeah, it is. I love Minecraft Alpha soundtrack. They don't like my design document. They need immediate exposure to the vacuum of space. You know, they kind of already are, because there's like no atmosphere on this planet. But it is 1.29 Earth gravity. So it's going to be pretty nasty to jump up stuff with. And we can use that in our platforming, because we will be making the gravity in the game 1.29. But you'll be able to see the stars like perfectly, because there's just no atmosphere to occlude them, even during the daytime. Which you will have perpetual daytime. Yeah, C418 has gotten a really awesome career. And I think he's working with a different team now. They made like some cozy, I don't know, like little tavern simulator or something this year. I don't remember the name of it though. Immediately restores, or I'm sorry, immediately consumes it. Oh my god, I can't type anymore. If the player has less than 100% hydrogen, using a hydrogen what do we call the... I guess we just call it hydrogen restoration station. I mean, this is temporary name for it, right? Okay. There's no health pickups though, but there is using a health restoration station restores all health. I will capitalize health here just for the sake of consistency and clarity. That it's a proper term within our development ecosystem. That when we refer to health, we refer to this. Underrated. If you're a designer, if you're a game designer, terminology being consistent is key. And we will be doing a glossary page as well. One thing at a time. Building components. Used to build health, ablative, hydrogen restoration stations. As you progress through the game, but only if the, what's it called? Let me find it. Build your own stations is set to buildable, which it is by default. Gameplay option, I know it's bolded right now, give me a sec, is set to buildable. We should link to that. RLA 14, wait. Yes, 14. Is there anything else we need there? I guess we can say building components are located in predetermined locations. And there are a limited number of them. Player can hold a functionally infinite amount. I don't think that's wrong to hyphenate there. Player can hold a functionally infinite amount of them and cannot lose them by any other means than spending them to build stations. I think it could be cool to have like the ability to randomly spawn those if players want, but default experience will just, once we have the game, we can play around with it and we can do some other fun stuff. But we're gonna have to really be careful about our level design, our architecture of the level design, to make sure that we are building it in a way that is stable and easily expandable. And then we can play around with it pretty easily and build different game modes or different game options on top of that. You just realized Minecraft is from mining and crafting? Took a little bit too long, I think. Minecraft was made in the 90s, it would have been called Schizofiends. Yeah, I could see that. And having like some funky beats instead of C418. Basically just Toe Jam and Earl music and vibes, but you're doing Minecraft instead. Basically just this.
All right. All right.
What a game. One of my favorites, honestly. Both that and the normal Toe Jam and Earl. Yeah, I think this looks pretty good for initial resource explanation. We don't really have anything crazy with resources. And of course, we'll expand more upon this once we start writing up, if we need to start writing up, you know, low-level design documentation. But as this is a game meant for a very small team of like 3 to 4 people to make, at least core team of 3 to 4 people, we don't need to go crazy with low-level documentation. It's not like we have a team of 30 people or something. And I'll be making most of the mechanics anyway. But we can't be super lax about it, right? Hazards. We have 1 hour left of this stream. Let's save hazards for later because I would love to put in some visual representation for them. At least one. So we'll save that for the next day that we work on this. Because I think right now this is more than enough to work with or just explain the game. But I will put in the suit abilities because we didn't have that at all until today. That's completely new. Although it should be like exosuit upgrades and abilities. We will do an overview. Upgrades, abilities. The 90s have Wi-Fi? No. I think earliest forms of Wi-Fi were early 2000s, right? Still on MapQuest. Oh no, it was 90s. 1997. I don't know what it existed like at that point. In 1991, they invented the precursor. AT&T invented the precursor to 802.11, used in cashier systems under the name WaveLAN. So no, it was definitely 90s. It definitely 90s that it started to actually really peak and come to fruition. Jesus Christ, 2 megabits a second link speed. Wow. Not even a capital B, that's a lowercase b you see there. Oh yeah, I remember the old, like, the old cards you had to install. Old laptop Wi-Fi card. These giant things you had to shove into your laptop to get access to Wi-Fi, and they were not great. They were not great, and yet you had a dedicated port on your laptop for them. It was pretty funny. Now they're, of course, you know, built in like this, but oh boy. I remember that. Okay, overview, we're gonna put some text in there. Upgrades, we have 3. So we'll make those into separate sections. Sprint speed increase, and then ablative and hydrogen capacities. Not sure how to feel about those yet, but you can always refine them. Hydrogen capacity increase. And then pretty much the same thing for abilities, but just different abilities. There's still 3 of them. Oops, I just opened up the Epic Games launcher. That was very much a mistake. I want that. Double jump or charge jump, I don't know which one yet, but I think double jump would just be a bit easier. Less annoying. You don't have to charge it up, right? You can just kind of keep going. And then we have control thrusters. Just more air control, and then gliding thrusters. You do charge to double jump, you'll piss off every speed. Yeah, that's why I'm not going to do the charge. That was my exact thought. Was I'm like, our speeder burner's going to love holding down the space button or something to. I could see it being kind of cool, but I think double jump would just be more universally understood and accepted. But playtesting will tell. We could be wrong. We're going to go to early access anyway, so we can be a bit experimental in that phase. But I agree with you at first glance, let's say that. We'll need another... I think we'll need a page to discuss the emergency station airlocks too. Just throw this in the first place. Speedrunners already pissed themselves off. I don't know about that. No comment. That's very much like a work in progress doc, don't worry. Hey Travis, how's RPG game coming along? Well, this is not the RPG game. I can tell you that. Is it true they just pissed themselves off? Okay, I don't watch any speedrunners, so I'll take your guys' word for it. If two of you say it's true, it must be true. I only watch ex-speedrunners, like Jabbo. Speed increase. How would I... Let me think about what I want to write here. We need to talk about how the player obtains these. I don't know. I mean, some of these just don't require much explanation. Like sprint speed increases the speed of your sprint. What else am I supposed to write here? Like, I'm not going to put any numbers in here because of course we know that we need to expose that to a design, you know, to me. Yeah, it's just it's a speed increase. Well, the speed increase is not an ability. That's just an upgrade, so it wouldn't have like anything to do with hydrogen. Test limits wouldn't even need to. There's no point. Inflation of I don't mean like that. Although you're right. Also impact sprinting speed when slowed by a volume/liquid or for any other reason. Not consume any hydrogen upon use. Affected by physics? I mean, that's pretty expected though, because we have physics. I don't know, I don't think you have to go too crazy with it. I think if I say, hey, there's an upgrade where it increases your sprint speed, I doubt there's going to be any confusion about that. Obviously, people will ask, well, how much does it? But that's where low-level design comes in. That's where the balancing comes in. What's my favorite genre? RPGs. I like RPGs. I like a lot of genres, but RPGs, especially with like immersive sim elements, are my favorite. Or action games with immersive sim elements. Slow down every object that is not the player. Theoretically possible. Absolutely possible. Patty wax knickknacks. Thanks for the follow. Time control mechanics, that would be wild. Keep that in the back of your mind, maybe for like a different mode. Or or like a level or something. Relative that the player has in their stores. Capacity is still displayed to the player as a percentage. I think maybe there are some better ways that we could implement that too. But for now, let's write down this and see how it looks. And if we need to modify it later, we can. Game slowly turns into prey. I wish. That's why we're making the immersive sim toolkit, by the way, is to do that. But that's long-term development right there. Not every idea should be an idea. No, but I think you could make a fun platforming game where time is like that. I think that could be cool. Like, you can manually let time pass, but then as you're moving, you know, time passes, so you have to consider how long it takes for maybe like a platform to move. I don't know. There could be something to it. Let's make the mechanics. Let's make a good level workflow. Step 3, profit. What if you play as a dinosaur with a hurt wing having to escape a jungle of raptors? Yes. Yes. Pretty self-explanatory. Make it and sell 20 million. Do that, C-Spawn. And then invest in Microraptor games. If anybody's wondering, I have these upstairs neighbors because I'm in an office building and they didn't put the fuzzy things on the bottom of their chairs and like tables. Can you hear? Can you tell? No way, your upstairs neighbors are the gods of storms and thunder. I think it I don't know how loud it sounds on stream, but you know, it's obviously, it like reverberates through the room. It probably just sounds like I'm farting or something though. I didn't believe in your vision. I never said I didn't believe in your vision of a hurt. You've basically just pitched the land before time. I'm all for it. Our logo is a raptor. Okay, I approve of any raptor-based ideas. Those noises are... Yeah, they do it always at like the same time every day too. I've thought about passive aggressively slipping the little fuzzy things underneath their door. But then they would know it's from me. They would know. Endless Legend music? Yeah. This one is from the first game. Although I have some from the second game on my playlist too. This ability allows the player to jump twice. Or let's say jump a second time at any point after their first jump. Even if they're already falling. The impulse will be dependent... Okay, here's the big question. If you're falling, does the second jump apply the same impulse as if you were at the height of your jump? Or do we base it even a little bit off of the physics, so the faster you're falling, the less impulse we apply? Like I said, we can fake this, so we can take the player's downward velocity and we can lerp it, you know, maybe to like 20%. It's 20% less effective than if you jumped at the height. We could try both. But I want to write something down here. I played Monkey Game Evolution? No, but I would hope that the monkeys do evolve. Otherwise, they're just monkeys forever, right? Smack the ceiling with a broomstick and yell. Tempting. Pick their lock, chain their door up from the inside, then escape through a hole in the bathroom wall. At best, I can pick their lock. What if it's like a sex dungeon in there, though? Dependent on the downward... Wait. Ew, you guys are gross. You like sex? Incels only here in this chat. Supposed to be dependent on... I say that well, I am married, so that means I actually have less sex than people who aren't. Impulse will be dependent on the downward velocity of the player. We'll just say likely with a faked... like some loss of impulse, but not all. Regardless of velocity or use case, a double jump consumes a static amount of hydrogen. That work? Did I ever play Silent Hill 4? I've played no Silent Hill game because I'm a pussy and I can't play horror games. I only played one horror game on Steam, on chat I should say, or on stream. Jesus Christ. I only played one horror game on stream. And what I had to do was open up 2 separate windows that overlaid the game and then play banjo music over the top of the in-game sounds and stare at the ground the whole time because I was scared of getting scared. And the developers were in the chat. I don't think they liked it. I don't think they found it entertaining. But honestly, that was the only way that I could play their game. Roll thruster. I can't put GIFs in here, right? Or GIFs. Sorry, GIFs. I can put GIFs in the Markdown. One game that I know that did the gliding thrusters really well was Infamous. Shout out to Infamous, by the way. Oh yes, let's put the 250 by 141 image into my document. That'll look great. Or the 284 by 159. They were called static thrusters. Maybe I can... Why is it all so tiny? Yeah, but they'd be coming out of like the suit anyway, not the... I don't want it to be like Iron Man levitating. Though it would look cool. God damn it. All the best screenshots are tiny. Maybe I could just find some gameplay and take a screenshot. Kind of forgot this game took place in New Orleans. Oh yeah. Oh, that was... This game was open world. They're really good games. I'm really upset that they haven't remastered them or anything. That's kind of a bad screenshot. Whatever. Whatever. But I do recommend it if you can pick up a... I don't know if you can play it on... It says PS5. Is it available on PS5? Maybe the first one isn't. Did the liberals ruin gaming? I knew it. Just like they do everything. That was Skyrim soundtrack though. And this is now Morrowind soundtrack. Control thrusters are automatically, or let's say passively enabled. Allow for greater air control. Maybe the player could like turn it on, and while you're falling with and using them. So very sour, thanks for the follow. Are you really that sour though? You guys ever have warheads? You like sour candy? I do too. I do too. My mouth is watering just thinking about warheads. Mmm. They are so good. Or the do you remember like the... Okay, this one was very American. I don't know if you're from... So the toxic waste, that's what it's called. Toxic waste. This was pretty good. This was good stuff too. I don't know how easy it is to find outside of the US though. 1,000 piece Jesus. New donation goal. Holy shit. For every sub I eat another toxic waste. Stream doesn't end until I eat all 1,000. I think I would die. I think if you... What's the nutrition of a single toxic waste candy? Oh, the malic acid. I'm gonna use AI and contribute to global warming to ask it how many I would have to eat before I died. You cannot realistically die from eating toxic waste candy. Man, I'm gonna call sus on that one. Nah. Two to 3 grams of pure sugar for a 50% chance of fatality. Oh, I have to gamble to die now. Oh, I see. But I mean, can I eat 1,000? You absolutely cannot eat. Grok, that sounds like a challenge. Sounds like a challenge, bozo. Oh, call me bozo now. Alright, tough guy. Challenge accepted. Dude, it's actually telling me. So go ahead, bozo. Grab that bulk bag and film it. I'll be here with milk and sympathy when your taste buds file for divorce. God damn it. Challenge Well, Grok told me I could. Told me I can't die from eating them. What a world. I think we should say that they are... They're passively enabled thrusters that allow for greater air control while moving. The player can toggle them on or off since using them will consume hydrogen. You may not want to or need to. While enabled, hydrogen is only used when actively moving and falling at the same time. Otherwise, no hydrogen is consumed. Toxic waste mukbang. I have always been 3 steps ahead. Actually, I feel in my life I feel like I've always been 3 steps behind. Gonna be real. Allow for a slowed descent while falling. but consume large amounts of hydrogen in the process. What do you use for coding? Oh, every single AI. I actually don't write any code myself. I just use all of the AI. In fact, I run it first through one AI, and then I have that code run through a second AI, and then a third one. We work in Unreal. Being a bit of an asshole right now. I work in Unreal Engine. We don't use AI for coding. No. I think it would be funny though. Give them each different instructions and then just keep having them feed the code through each other. Yeah, I am a game designer. I'm a game designer. But I do code. I do logic and stuff. A technical designer. Technical systems designer would actually be my more specific, appropriate job. One second. These are triggered by holding down the jump button while in the air. You know, gliding thrusters and control thrusters consume hydrogen while they're being used, so they have a rate. Jumping specifically requires a certain amount of... We're going to be a bit casual for the player here. We're going to say... if the player lacks the correct amount of hydrogen to perform a double jump, we still allow the player to do so as long as their hydrogen is greater than 0. What do you think of RTS games? I like RTS games, but I'm not a fan of all of them. It really depends. It's not like my favorite genre, but I do really like certain RTS games, especially like Age of Empires. You can get toxic waste in Poland? Yeah, it's called Fallout from Chernobyl. Am I going to develop my own RTS someday? I don't know. Oh, you mean So Very Sour? Okay, yeah. For me, probably not. I can get them in Poland. An assorted pack. Oh, probably different flavors. Oh, it's like some imported stuff. Pretty cool. Nerds. I actually really liked Nerds when I was a kid. Nerds are pretty tasty. Airheads are nice too. Jawbreakers are always fun. Good stuff. 23 pages. Pop Rocks. Yummy. Okay, I can't look at candy. I can't look at candy. This Polish milk caramel's really nice. Which ones? Do we even want to include this? Because if it's gonna come from the player's suit, This isn't really an accurate representation. I'll say gameplay-wise, not artistically. It'll function similar to other glides like you can find in Infamous. The ones with a kind of grainy texture. Rufki. Yeah, it probably does mean Krufki. I haven't had those in a while. I should eat more caramel. Caramel's pretty tasty. Caramel. Whatever the hell it's called. Throughout play, as long as the exosuit upgrades gameplay option is true, or on, let's say, the player will find upgrades and abilities. These are on direct and unmissable pathways and cannot be ignored or bypassed. In other words, if this gameplay option is on, you will find and have all upgrades and abilities by the time you finish the game. While the default experience is to have these in the game, we want the ability, or we want to allow the player to turn this gameplay option off. This will require us to develop alternative... Oops, I missed a 2. Requires to develop alternative data layers that replace the default ones, so that certain sections are doable without the upgrades and abilities, like double jumping and gliding. That will be something that we do after the vertical slice. The vertical slice will be the default experience with largely nothing that you can turn off. It'll just be the default. Here's the level. Actually, vertical slice will be even less than that because it'll just be 1 or 2 sections. But then our goal will just be to develop the game in the default experience, and then we can start to develop the gameplay options and game modes during early access. That's the plan. This still needs to be written up. This needs to be written up, or I need to know where I want to put this, maybe in a different way. Because we kind of put this in... Well, no, this is like... I'm going to rename this. Ignore how it looks. Just there for the sake of it. Endings. This needs to be written up too. This is good, but needs lore filled. I might do that on my own time and tell you guys about it when we're done. Hazards need to be written up. This is okay for now. We're not really working on a GDD, but it is the game's documentation. Hey, Prez. Happy Wednesday. Welcome. No, don't say hi to him, Imperial. That's my job. God, welcoming new people in chat. What are you guys trying to do? Be friendly? No, it's okay. Yeah, you can ask you can ask a question. Yeah, go for it. Anything. We're just being silly. Well, one production too. You know, Coin Pusher Realms, we had some production. We definitely need the production plan. And like an early access plan too. We'll just put placeholders here. Gay design document. I bet the ladies wish. They love their yaoi. You're studying cybersecurity but wanting to get into games because I hate my degree. I'm not sure if dev studios or studios accept maybe cyber guys as games programming or security on games, anti-cheat within their system. I can tell you with extreme certainty because one of my best friends used to work for cybersecurity at Nokia and is now a gameplay programmer. Yes, you'll be just fine. You will be just fine. And yeah, there could be a valid security use cases, like you said, working on like multiplayer back-end security for games. If you want to go into like more gameplay stuff and stay out of security, you can do that too. You know, if you want to work with the designers much more closely and develop mechanics and systems, 100%. And I think it's relevant information you should absolutely include. I don't know if you have like programming experience, but of course, if you have cybersecurity programming experience, 100% relevant. And I think Imperial's right. If you're working, having the security skills is really important. Yeah, I would include it, but you can pivot, go for it. You'll be just fine. You know, make some games, branch out, learn a bit of like, you know, game dev, terminology, some production stuff. You have some programming experience, but not the best at coding. What would you recommend with game projects then if I wanted to get a job at gameplay programming? C#, C++ are going to be the biggest boons. Either C# you're going to be leaning more towards Unity and Godot. C++ you'll be leaning more towards Unreal Engine and proprietary engine since they're mostly C++. And they both have reasonable market share, so honestly up to you. Find an engine that has some easy workable early benefits. You know, Unity is great for that. Godot has some stuff like that. Unreal, you know, just jump in and just start playing around. And I think if you have experience with programming or you're very logic-minded, you'll pick it up quickly. And yeah, anti-cheat stuff could be great. Like there's a lot of people make multiplayer games are very, very popular right now. And it's never been more important to have security for them. So if you want to continue with security or leverage that at least to get into the industry and work on that for a couple years, you can do that. Yeah, player data encryption. I don't know if you want to continue with security stuff in game dev, or if you're okay doing that for a couple of years to get some industry experience and some connections, and then pivot into. What kind of system would I need then for C++ and C# programming? Like Unity, I know, but as gaming PC or laptop? It depends on what kind of games you want to make. You don't need a crazy computer to run like Godot or Unity. If you're making some like open world 3D game, your GPU is going to be really important. Your CPU can be moderate, can be mid-range. Don't like security at all. Okay, I can try to do you could still be fine, but it will definitely be easier to leverage that experience and that degree into a specific job for that. Like it's not, you're not out of the realm of possibility to get into the industry. Unreal only requires a pretty beefy GPU and a lot of RAM. It can really get up there with RAM usage, just because you have a lot of like the debuggers and profiling happening while you're in engine. And if you're in like an open world game, you know, your VRAM is going to be very important there because you might have crashes. But if you're just doing like some 2D stuff, you can get away with super budget. Or if you're just doing basic 3D stuff, you're not going to need anything too crazy. Oh, I don't know if you still like coding or not, you're just playing around. I understand, yeah. Worth to try. I mean, you could try something even super simple like Game Maker or GDScript. Wait, I'm GDevelop. GDScript is Godot. Like this, you can do some programming, but it also has its own built-in interface for that. Where's a good example? This is very viable, except I can't get a good screenshot size. Thank you. And this is nice. Yeah, this is C# and JavaScript, as Imperial says, but it also has its own built-in scripting language. I used GameMaker a long time ago, so I would say none of my experience with it is anywhere near recent. This is like over 10 years ago I used GameMaker. But it is free, and a lot of great games have been made with GameMaker. A lot of really great games. And you can find a lot of, there's a really good resource from Kenny Assets. He has a lot of 2D tile kits that you could easily and quickly throw into GameMaker if you wanted to just try out some 2D programming. And you have one fewer dimension to worry about, and it definitely saves you on that. I will link this, by the way, because this is a great set of info. Assets. And those are all free. Every single thing here is free. Even some 3D stuff too. To be clear, gameplay programmer is how the gameplay runs or feels, like how character run, how the combat system work or feels, or something different. You might work on a little bit of all of it as a gameplay programmer. It just depends on the team size and what is required from you. But you're not working on the engine, you know, you're not like working on code on how to draw the triangles, right? This would just be the gameplay. So we need a system of, I don't know, being able to break boxes and find a loot inside, and you would be programming that based on the design documentation of the designer. You'd be communicating closely with them, exposing variables that they would need, right? So maybe you would be working on like the implementation of the loot spawning, and so you would want to expose the necessary data and structures for them to balance all of that and create the loot tables easily. Yeah, engine programmer is gonna be very, very low level. But don't worry, you're not taking me away from my work because I'm pretty much done for today anyway. My voice is starting to go too, so I will have to end it soon. So that's an option. It's, you know, it's very cheap and easy to get into something like Game Maker. Also check out like Humble Bundle, because they have a lot of software bundles at times with assets, usually 3D assets, but you never know what you'll find here. Audio too can be useful. You might just be able to grab some like music, royalty-free music. This is Unity assets. A lot of 3D stuff here, like I mentioned. But maybe some 2D stuff too. There's learning courses, but I'd be a bit careful of that since some of them might be like AI generated. I want to be a little careful with that one. Yeah, this is all 3D. But you could still do that too if you know, if you want to jump into Unreal and mess around with like blueprints or something. Lots of great assets for that. Sound effects. Stuff for lighting. There's icons here. Might be AI generated. I'm a little worried to click and figure out. But if you're just playing around with your own stuff too, then who cares, right? If you're just making your own shit, go ahead, use as much AI as you can. What's this from? This is from Majesty. An amazing real-time strategy game where you manage a fantasy kingdom and heroes that you can't control directly. I love this game. Guilty pleasure. A very hard game. I think it's going to go into art, exactly design, so I might as well put something for my degree to use. Go for it. I mean, look, if you're just working solo, you're everything. You're everything. That doesn't mean that you need to know how to make everything yourself, but just throw your ideas at a wall and just learn. Anybody here in chat who is an established developer probably has at least 10 projects that have failed. And especially early on, that's the case. I did see there's a new Majesty-like game, yeah, made by some Russians. It was, I don't know, it's okay, but I don't think it dramatically changes the genre enough to really revive the genre. They basically were just like, let's make Majesty again. You have at least 50 unfinished projects? Yeah, I probably have about that many too. I mean, here's one of the first games that I ended up making that was actually something with a gameplay loop. This is it. And there's no end scenario to this game even. It's just this. Even before I was working on like 3D games, I made a batch RPG game. This was fun. Its own combat system and traversal and stuff. Keep trying things. Keep going for it. Yeah, we'll just save everything for next stream. The thing is, the next stream for this is going to be in many weeks. I'll probably do a little bit of writing up over the holidays because I'll have time, and why not? But we're not going to be jumping into Engine to do anything with it until we get back from the holidays. So that will be the 5th of January. Tomorrow we're off. But on Friday, we're doing our GOTY stream, so that's just going to be a one entire stream, like 8 hours. We sit here, We talk about all the games that at least I have played during the year, and we rank them, and we just chat about them. So Friday is going to be the next stream. I don't think I will stream over the holidays. I'm going to actually try to take some time off. But if we do stream anything, it will just be gaming. I don't know. There's a couple of stuff coming out on the 18th, which is tomorrow. But yeah, I don't know. I need to take some time off, and I think I'll spend some time with the wife, do some cooking and relaxing. Gotta do so many stupid college assignments. Hey, I don't envy you. I dropped out of high school, so I got you there. Except now I have no degree, so. Set it for the winter sale. When does that start? Oh, tomorrow. Okay. I see that. Detective Fest on the 12th of January. Board Game Fest. Typing Fest, PvP Fest, Horse Fest. Uma Musume. I will enter some discounts. How about we discount my free game to even freer? Can I actually do that? Oh, okay, no. That would have been pretty funny, though. Udemy was more productive? I can tell you what, learning on my own was interesting. I wouldn't really recommend it. I got I didn't have any contacts. I didn't have anybody that I knew in the industry. I've kind of just had to build that up from scratch. And I wish I had the resources of a college to reach out and get like a internship or something. It was only nice because I could just focus on whatever I wanted to focus on. I don't know if that's worth it though, just for that. Learning at my own pace was nice, because I could just say, I really enjoy learning about this. I'm only going to learn about this until I feel like I don't want to learn about it anymore. Or, I don't like this project I'm working on, I'm going to start a new one. But it's also just, you don't... 10 years ago, there weren't nearly as many resources online to assist as there are now. And everybody considered Unity to be the beginner-friendly engine. But soon after I started to delve into Unity, Unreal Engine 4 came out and I just stuck with it. Because for me, it was so much faster and easier. And now sticking with that, I think it makes me very beneficial and valuable to teams that are working in Unreal. So I've just been working in it for the last decade. Difficult to gauge your progress in self-learning, that's true too. And you have nobody to tell you how it looks. You're doing a degree I literally want to leave so bad, but I can't stick with it. You're doing the right thing. Look, I don't recommend anybody take the path that I did. Finish it up. You know, if you get any free time, which I know is a luxury when you're a college student, right? And you would know better than I do. Join some game jams. Join some game jams. It's not perfect, and the important thing is not completing the game jam, but just participating. Participate in something that sticks out to you. Join the discords that usually these places have. You know, they'll have a community here. Like their Discord server, you can meet other developers. Other people with similar amounts or even more experience than you have. And make games with them, you know, try things out. See what you're good at, see what you're bad at. The important thing is not completing a game, but just learning something, networking, meeting other people. Some of these even have rewards. Not all of them, but some of the big ones do. Winter Game Jam 2025. Beginner's Jam Winter. Lots of options. These are pretty long too. A couple weeks. And they usually all have Discord servers. Sometimes. Except this one. Unless I'm missing it somewhere. Maybe you like incremental games, and you can join some people to make an incremental game. I have their Discord here too. The only thing that I would say, the only downside to a jam is that they often do encourage, you know, overworking. Because of course, if you put in 10 hours compared to someone else's 5 hours, if all things else are equal, which they aren't, but if they are, then that game is going to end up being better. But it is nice just to meet other people, you know? And if you find a really good idea, but you just didn't finish it in time, keep working on it. At least you met some people, maybe they want to continue working on it too, and you can, you know, get a small team going that way. Nuclear Throne got started as a game jam. I didn't know that. So yeah, go here. That's what I would recommend for like some newer people. Don't take them too seriously though. Just learn, meet other people. You'll learn a lot, and you'll figure out a lot of ways to properly scope your game, and people that you like, types of people you like to work with, those that you don't. Maybe you find some long-term friends with it. It just puts you all in the same spot. Here are some with like rewards. Construct 3 license. Looks Construct 3. Oh. It is a engine. Probably you need to use the engine to make it, if I had to think. This one's got prizes of just money via PayPal. It's pretty cool. Solo development though. 72-hour New Year jam. Did we put everything down that we needed to? Checkpoints, yes. Upgrades. We rode up. Everything here should largely be written up too. We should be good there. Oh, have I heard of Affinity? It sounds familiar. What is it? And then I'll have to go, because my voice is dead. I'm hungry. I have cornbread at home, Imperial. The more questions you ask, the longer you keep me from my cornbread. Vector and pixel graphics. Sounds familiar. Game Dev Field Guide by Zachavelli is doing a good starter jam on itch. You can link, by the way, if you can post links in here. I don't block links. So if you have a link to it, throw it in. It was a good stream, yeah. Thank you again. I mean, it was so nice meeting so many new people. And Jenna Menzi, thank you again for the raid. You're probably asleep by now, understandably, or you know, resting or something, which is what I'm gonna do. But thank you again. It was really, really cool seeing you guys. Bartosz, I'm just about to leave, so hi. And bye. Guys, I'm going to post this up on YouTube. By the way, tomorrow, just a reminder, I am off tomorrow, but we're going to be here on Friday. That's the plan. And Friday will be our last stream of the year. Shit, yeah. See you guys. Bye-bye. Thanks again. Thank you, So Very Sour, Patty Whack, Knickknacks, Simran Zenov. Thank you, Medusa, too, for the gift subs today. That was really awesome of you. And for the follow. Victor6Games as well. Peace, guys. Thank you so much, and I'll see you Friday. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday and a wonderful Thursday. Cheers. Take it easy, guys.